Alright. We are live. I think we are. Or we will be. Here we're going to range check. I'm going to try to open some more tables. Let's just give up there. Going to put myself on every waiting list. Try to get some tables going. And we might play some deep stack tables as well. But we'll see. Also, let me open Spotify here. I could go 2.5x here. Would be fine. Okay. I think I'm actually going to... No, actually going to go 2.5x when he has 30 big blinds. That seems reasonable. Let me turn on some music. Okay, cool. Here we are. We've got some tables going. We are on a slight delay, but we should be going live, I don't know, a couple minutes now. Let me see if everything's working properly, because I'm not entirely sure. Let me turn down the music a little bit, I guess. Something like this. Okay, I think this should be fine. Cool. Let's get some more tables. Might as well share the link. Let me just make sure that I don't accidentally share any DMs or whatever. Okay, no, we're good. Okay, that's been taken care of. Guess we're good to go now. Let's see, so we've got 2 tables right now. I'm just trying to see if I can get on any table that is going to be reasonable. Okay, these are the 8 tables I've got. Let's see, 8 slots. Okay, cool. Right, cool. I think we're live. So, as you can see in the title here, I'm going to do a challenge of playing 1 million hands at 2.5. Like, I wasn't too sure where I would go with my own poker career, if that makes sense. I moved from Andorra back to the Netherlands, and ever since I'm here, I've been playing the occasional Russian cash session and have been doing okay, but also don't really feel like that's my game because I'm not very good at making a lot of short burst decisions. So I wasn't too sure what I was going to do, and I decided like let me like 2.5 is running 24/7, so I can always like hop into games like this and then potentially stream a session. Maybe sometimes I won't stream it, but then at the very least I have some sort of a purpose because as some of you might know, I'm the head coach of my team, Not Just Poker, and that's going well. I can't complain, but it also feels kind of I don't really feel good teaching players how to get better at poker without having somewhat of a reasoned sample myself, without being able to show like, okay, this is what it leads to. Like I know what you're going through because I'm still going through it, if that makes sense. Here versus 2 players, we're going to check. I could bet, but like, yeah, don't really see any value in it here. Also, Buzzcut is kind of let's call him a loose player. I'm not going to bet here. This is definitely not a pure bet multi-way. Typically this gets overfolded. But Buzzcut is kind of a, I don't know, hard to explain, but a kind of an aggressive, sticky player. So I'm just going to check and give up here, I think. What? Is my internet not working? Why is this happening? Reconnecting? Oh my god. Dear Lord. Okay, I think we should be good. Hopefully. Dear Lord. Check, please. This really shouldn't happen, I feel like. I wonder if I would make this indifferent, he wouldn't fold that. Let me see if my internet is working properly. Okay, I think it is now. With like half a big blind in there, we got a call here. Or we can call. Probably close though, with King 7 from cutoff open. And here without a diamond, I think we just fold. I think we go 2.5x here. Just going to bet 1.1. So I think it looks a bit stronger. Versus recreational. If I just bet one big blind, he might read into that too much. I'm going to cheat and like bet small. And I'm going to bet the rivers. I'm going to go 3/4, I guess. I know that this is overfolded by this player type, so just gotta go for it. Although, like, I'm not sure if he. Actually, is that player type? We'll see. Here we're going to size up now. And we're going to try to go for it all. I think I prefer to bet smaller on the turn, like not go pot. Otherwise I would have, if the turn was like a deuce of clubs, I would have gone pot, but no. Book so many calls. Really hard for him to have a king here. Because he shouldn't really be check calling that. Like, check calling too many king X on the flop. Oh wait, fuck, that's so stupid. I'm not streaming my screen anymore. That is so stupid. Oh lord. That's stupid. Okay, now you can see everything. Sorry about that. That is stupid. So we'll see, like in a couple of sessions, I'll probably add some sort of, I'm not sure where I would do that, but add some sort of progress bar for this entire challenge in the overlay. I can see myself now commenting on spots that you guys can't see, that are also not very relevant, not super interesting. I mean, here we're going to call. Okay. I'm going to bet here. I need to make sure that I'm betting hands like this occasionally. I think here. Probably prefer to bet hands more like, I don't know, king 7 perhaps. So not very often, but I rolled like over 80. So I'm just going to go ahead and stab there. I don't think my opponent is going to necessarily overfold or like make any gigantic mistake. I just don't want to check and then have hands like this too often. I think on the river here we just check down and yeah, and you should have a bet the river there. I'm going to go with the 3/4 bet like I normally would. Like there's something to be said for going larger because like, it's relatively unintuitive to play against it. But I didn't want to do it now that I flopped 2 pair plus. I kind of wanted to decide before. And I already had bet 75 somewhere else, so... Here, range betting makes a lot of sense. We could potentially go in even a bit large, but probably it's more on slightly better textures, like, I don't know, King, Queen, 10 or something like that. We can go range bet 40 rather than range bet 25 or 20, kind of depending on what your small sizing is. Here on the turn we gotta bet sometimes. I'm going to check this time though. And we get a block bet here. I think we're just folding with a random ace high. We don't need to win every pot, we just need to play winning strategies. This is a relatively interesting spot. Okay. I think I'm just going to not build a cold calling range, which would be fine in this game. 6 max, I mean. But sometimes it can be interesting to perhaps build that that cold calling range if you have a bunch of guys behind you that are playing imbalanced one way or another, and it could work. I'm going to call here. And here without a heart, this might seem a bit nitty versus 20%, but I think we just fold. Actually, no, actually I'm going to call. It's close without a heart, I'm not sure. And here on the river I think I'm just calling. You can't see that, but I'll show you the hand later. What does he do? Split pulled, okay. Now we definitely fold. Flop is close. Like I expect when he bets this small that there's going to be some pocket 10s, pocket jacks perhaps, that is always going to check back the turn. So relatively interesting spot. I think I'm just going to block bet here. I'm here, went limp, 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 and then check, 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 till we are here. I think I'm just going to bet one big blind now. Nice. You have the benefit of getting called, making hands kind of like this indifferent. That's great. But also, a hand like, I don't know, a6 might bet itself larger if we check to it. Public now or not? Right. That might be the issue. Yeah, unless that I knew it. Super annoying. I was like, why do I have this little? Okay. People watching. We got like 4. I was like, it's like not a lot. So usually I get like an hour or 90 minutes and we get like around 100. So I'm checking here and then deciding on the turn what we are going to do based on bet sizing, based on timing, based on the run out. I think I can check here and just get one seat close to showdown. I could also potentially bet, but like it would be great for me if he folds a king jack if he's not going to put in any more money, right? So that there's the benefit of that. I don't think I get check raised all that often. I'm just going to book bet, I think. Shouldn't have said that part out loud. Yeah, that's rough. Like I could be dominating him, which is kind of annoying. I don't have to pay that much either. 18, I'm getting pretty close to the direct odds. Sometimes I'm winning. I'm gonna get a call here. It's kind of gross, but wow. I feel like I deserve a heart there. So yeah, we're going to do a challenge playing 1 million hands at 2.5 and then at the end I'm going to share the results. So I'm trying not to share any results up until we reach that point, which will be interesting. I'm going to check back here. Now we're going to go 3 quarters. Just looking at my hand, looking at the board, what sizing do I want to pick? I don't expect to get check raised often enough. We're in an interesting spot here. So this dude is a bit of a maniac. So I'm going to call here, expecting him to put too much money into the pot. Like, okay, here it's probably fine to range bet, but even from the big blind when he goes polar, this is actually, yeah, not entirely sure. We're going to pretend to be thinking about this. I'm not going to fold at any street here. He could easily value bet something like king 10 or even worse. That's a good river, most likely. We're going to snap off, obviously. We have some history. He once randomly in the chat called me a scammer. Most random thing that ever occurred to me. I'm still like, this was when I was back in Andorra. It's kind of a long story. I won't like tell it all here, but yeah, most random dude ever. You moved from the Netherlands to Andorra for poker, right? Heard that PVI in Ireland is lower since taxes already included. When you moved to Andorra, did they lower the PVI? And do I still have to pay taxes over poker earnings? Think about moving. Greetings from Tilburg. Shout out to Tilburg. So I moved mostly for poker, I would say. But also I've got a very successful, like, I'm not trying to be humble here, but I've got a good company. I've got like a profitable company. So in not just poker, the CFP, and I do some private coaching, and last year I did a lot of private coaching. So that helped as well in my decision to move to another country. I was like, I'm making this much here, which means I gotta pay roughly 50% tax. If I move, then immediately for just the company, I have to pay in Andorra a maximum of 10% tax. So like very quickly you get, it's profitable to do that. I moved for poker as well. Not necessarily to get my PVI higher than it was here. I played on an Andorran account. If you go through my videos, then on YouTube you'll see that there's some older videos where I play under the name Lazy Owl, which I played on for years before the Netherlands got what is it called, like a legislative framework set in place, where they have the licensing system. Anyway, the PVI there in Andorra was higher. The difference, I think, is about, depending on what stakes you're playing, but about 1 to 1.5 big blinds per 100 hands, which might be like, okay, that's not a massive deal, but it can actually be quite a massive deal, especially if you're playing higher stakes. In the end, I didn't move to Andorra for just the company or just poker, but the combination definitely made it worthwhile. And while I was there, I played a lot on sites, other sites that I deemed more profitable. So, and those sites you can not play on from the Netherlands unless you want to, go very dark gray. So yeah, in the Netherlands, I don't think there's too much. Basically, the main problem in the Netherlands is too few sites. Tax is quite high. So it was a very profitable decision, but in the end, it was also not like, most of the EVV comes in year 2, because year 1 you have a lot of costs with like because Andorra is not in the EU, you need to get a what's it called in English, like a green card type thing. Ironically, I think it was a green card as well that I got, but anyway, like some sort of a thing like that. And so and like they have a different language, right? So like you need a lawyer there to set that up, and there's cost like moving, a bunch of additional costs. We're like setting up a company, that kind of stuff. So in the end, like, it was still a profitable decision to go there. But if it was up to me, I would have still been there, because like I loved it there, and I could play any game. Like, and literally, I wouldn't like. I could play on most sites, pretty much every site I could play on, except for like some very segregated sites in Canada or whatever. Like I didn't play on PokerStars or New Jersey or whatever, but most sites I could get access to. And the framework for taxes was very clear. You just like pay you pay the tax. You pay 10% tax on your income. So it doesn't really matter what income it is. You just pay 10% tax. So yeah. And then I really like the fact that the sun was out quite often there, and things were overall a bit I don't know, like a bit more relaxed, I guess. So yeah, that's kind of my answer for you. Like, to be honest, I'll answer like Ivan's question next, but like, to be honest, the last couple of weeks, especially last week, I've been slightly, not depressed. Depressed is like too strong a word of what I've been going through, but kind of like, I wish I was still there, because like life was really easy. I would, I could just like play any site. So if I don't know, like the coin poker thing, for instance, right now, 100% rake back, I might be like, well, let me just like grind coin poker for a month and see what's up, right? Like maybe it's really good, maybe it's not so good, but I could do that. Now I'm like, I could do it, but then I put myself into like a very uncomfortable situation tax-wise, and I don't want to go through that. I don't want to be yeah, like I don't want to go through that. So you don't, but like the games on GG at, like, if you look at 1K and 2K right now, there's one table here, I don't know if you can see, with like, is there recreational here? This dude, minor recreational, but the rake is like quite high still. Here there's probably a decent recreational sitting because lots of players, or 2 recreationals? No, just one. The same one, is it not? I don't know who the recreational is, to be honest. But 6 players watching the thing must mean that there's some recreational. The last couple of weeks I tried to hop into some 1K games and then can't get games going, but also rake is quite high, my rake back is lower, so it feels kind of unfair to some extent. And then I started streaming. Sent a message to GG like, hey, can I get the streamer tech in the Netherlands, because it would mean a little bit extra rake back. And I said, yeah, like if you stream for a couple months, then we will like look at your application and we can take it from there. But in principle, it's an option from the Netherlands. And so I was like, okay, relatively happy. And then our gaming authority came out with a statement saying, like, well, actually, don't do that. Don't hire streamers. That's not something that we'd want. So I was like, okay, I can't do that either. Do I still want to stream if there's very little upside for myself? I'm not sure. So I guess I since getting back in Netherlands, I feel kind of like a lack of direction or purpose, if that makes sense. And mostly because I don't want to be the coach that doesn't play poker. I think like that would be fine for others, not for me. I just don't see myself 2-3 years from now discussing a spot with a player and then not being able to understand, not being able to relate to a student, like of what he's going through. Like, because it's very easy to say, for instance, like, I don't know, he shot a spot he shouldn't. But like, what do I know? Like 3 years from now, right? If I haven't played any poker, like that doesn't make an awful lot of sense. Like, you've got a bunch of guys that are doing that. I'm not trying to shit on them. It's just not for me. So, anyway, that's kind of how I've been feeling. Like, not sure what should I do. Like, the only realistic option to play professional in the Netherlands is like go in the evenings and mix all the sites that you have access to. But yeah, that I don't want to play in the evenings. I've got 2 young kids, right? So just want to hang out with them too. So I'm not sure. Like for now, I'm just going to. I just said to myself, okay, I'm just going to play like a million hands of 2-5. Like it will give me some purpose at least. I'll stream everything, and then we'll see. We'll see where I'm at after these million hands. Maybe I'll just go play a million hands of 1K. Maybe at the time my kids will go to school, and I'm like, okay, let me play the evenings. I'll just play more 1K. Got a few hands going on here. Let me just show you this one, I guess. Actually, I'm going to show you this one. This one is possibly more interesting. I think this is a call, because we don't really have a lot of hands that we can defend. Like the bigger he goes, that's something to take into consideration there. The bigger he goes, the less we want to favor hands like this, and more hands like King Queen, King Queen of Spades, if that makes sense. Half pot here. We have now 6 high, with no hope for improving. So I'll fold there. I don't know this player. Let's see, what is this? Does he have like a previous nickname? Sometimes I know the previous nickname. No. I'm going to block bet, I think. Why did you choose Andorra? Why not Malta or Austria? Aren't there more players you could connect with? Yeah, for sure. We looked into both. Like basically, there were 3 options: Malta, UK, Ireland, not the UK, because due to Brexit, they don't want me there. I think I'm just going to bet 3/4 here. So, sorry, like I've got a few hands going. Let me just play these hands first, because I'm otherwise going to mess up, and I want to, in the end, after the million hands, I want to show like a graph that looks somewhat okay, at the very least. So the options were Malta, but that's like quality of life for a family of 4. Like if I was like 22 years old, I would be like, okay, let me just go to Malta and like, I don't know, like play some poker in the morning, have a few beers at the beach in the afternoon, go to the gym somewhere, and like live basically 10 years and 5 years, if that makes sense. But I've got 2 young kids. I want them to be in an environment that is clean, safe, basically designed for them. I 3-bet here, which is fine, and then we get a 4-bet. I could call, I could shove potentially. I think I'm going to call. So Malta didn't really fit that bill. Austria, specifically Vienna, did, but the taxes for companies are still 50% in Vienna, so that wouldn't be like financially the most sensible option. Like I made like roughly half of my income through the company. This is close, I guess. The problem with spots like this is that they need to 3-bet stuff like Jack 9 suited, Queen 9 suited. They need to 4-bet those, and I'm not sure, like I'm pretty sure the pool won't as a whole. Not sure about this guy though. I'm going to check here, and I think if we brick out, then we're going to do quite okay. Because like, let's say the river is a deuce, then we win at showdown quite often versus ace queen, ace jack type hands. And we get an all-in, which we have an easy fold. Because we've got a high card hand. Here, I think I'm just going to lead 3/4 because there's a recreational involved. Vienna was pretty good, but like Texas quite hard, so that didn't make any sense. We'll bet 3 quarters in the river as well. And the UK like didn't really want me. Ireland, like basically same thing for the company taxes, but maybe a little bit lower, I'm not sure. But also like very cold and rainy, which we already have in the Netherlands. So yeah. And then we went on a family trip to through France and Spain. Like we went on a vacation in 2024 for 6 weeks and traveled just with my 2 daughters and my wife. My 2 daughters were like 1 and 2 years old, I think, at the time. So really young, but we had a blast, and we visited Andorra, and there were like lots of parks and playgrounds for the kids, and it was pretty amazing. So we ended up going for that rather than any of the other options. Okay, Ivan, sorry, I skipped your question. Can you tell me how much on average students improve when they go through the program? Thanks, sorry for spamming. It's really hard to say, because like there's how should we like what are the metrics, right, in order to say someone is improved. Let's say someone's playing from Germany with very high rake, additional rake, no rake back, that kind of stuff. And he doesn't succeed versus someone that is playing from Ontario in like a salt segregated pool, and he makes it to 500 now. It's like, but I answered this in the previous. I'm going to call it close. It was half pot, I think we. Oh wait, you can see that. That's so stupid. I check called flop, check called turn. Turning meant half pot. I decided to call. It's kind of annoying because there's not an awful lot of bluffs that are very intuitive for him. But when he goes half pot, it could be some random stuff. Okay. Wait, let me see. Sorry, like so yeah, like how much did it improve? Like I did a Reddit post once. It's in one of my AMAs. You might be able to find it, but someone asked me a similar question, and I showed like the 10 first players that went through the program, how much they moved up. Also, another thing to consider is sometimes like people apply, or like reasonably often, that have already moved up from like 10 and 0 to 50 and 0. Like, is it really a massive accomplishment if we then bring them to, I don't know, 200 and 0 in 2 years or whatever? So like, yeah, don't want to be too much of a dick, but I also don't want to spam my own program too much by giving like some biased information or whatever. We do quite well. I think like it's better to look at the qualitative, look at it from a qualitative sense. Like, what have we built? How many group coachings do we have? Who are the coaches? Who are joining the CFP? What do they say about the CFP? That kind of stuff. But we can always do better. But we are always continuously building and always trying to make sure that we've got a program where our players are going to have a significant edge over anyone that doesn't have the tools and resources that we provide. That's basically the idea. I have a feeling that I need to find a job and quit poker. Inflation, games are hard, stress is large. I question the future of making money in poker. Feels like swimming up the river with odds always. Odds against you always. Yeah, I can understand that feeling. Like I'm not. It depends a bit, like what your situation is, right? Like, I'm working 6 days a week now, from morning to like from 8:30 to 5. Let's go ahead and check here. So I could not do that. I could either like just work on my company, work like 32 hours a week or something like that, not play any poker, and I would still make decent money, would still make good money. I could also, I don't know, like retire from the company or whatever and focus on playing poker more. I could not do both and just go back to teaching, which I still got a degree in, and I've had some offers to teach at college, so become a college professor. So I'm lucky like that, right? I've got different options, and I also every last week I had a week where I'm like, maybe I should just do this, maybe I should be doing that, and not being sure always. If you don't really have other options, then it becomes a lot tougher. So I can definitely understand the feeling. I guess the question is, what other options do you have? Let's say you're 22 years old, you're living in Southeast Asia. Then I would say like probably you can make like relatively easily like a few $100K over the next few years, like let's say the next 5 years or something like that, because your costs are quite low. I'm going to check here, I think. Your costs are quite low. I'm not going to raise, I think I'm just going to call. Depends on the tax situation, depends on where you're from, what your cost of living is. But I understand the feeling. Sometimes I feel like that too, especially being in the Netherlands. Like if I was in Andorra right now, then if I wanted to, I could like aim for 300K a year in winnings. Whether I'd get there eventually, who knows, right? But like, if I wanted to, then I could probably get relatively close if I just focus on poker, for instance. So you have a lot more options. We get an all-in. I'm going to call off here versus 50 VPIP guy, but I'm not super thrilled about it. But like, we need to be correct. Like if you're like, okay, but this is a 5 quite often, it's like, yeah, maybe this could be 7-6, maybe. We need to be correct 1 in 5 times. Wait, is it correct? Sorry, like let me click call here and then we'll do the math later. Half pot, we need to be correct 25% of the times. So, right, was it half pot? For some reason I'm confused, like, I feel like I should know pot odds here. Yeah, so that was half pot, yeah, so 25%. Yeah, sorry. But yeah, like, I think one of the things that you'd want to do if you feel like that is like, ask yourself, what are your values? Like, what do you value in life? Right? For me, there are a couple of things that poker brings and a couple of things that poker doesn't bring. So for instance, one thing I value a lot is freedom. That's something that poker can bring, right? I can wake up more or less whenever I want to. Obviously I've got kids and responsibilities outside of this too, but like more or less I can do whatever I want to. Curious to see what happens here. You could convince me that I need to fold there. I'm going to fold here. I think this feels so much like a flush. I don't think that doesn't make. I also feel like the sizing. What are you saying here? Like you're check raising the turn, right? You've got a flush, so you got stronger than this. Like you're not going to check raise the turn with a straight on flush closing turn. So is this just block betting and then trying to get me to shove a straight or something? I don't know. I have no idea what's happening there. Yeah, there's plenty of reason to not be super optimistic about the poker ecosystem. Like I can get behind that feeling. On the other hand, we've got players that are making a few $100K every year. We've got plenty of players that make more than 100k each year. If you are able to do that tax-free, let's say you're able to make 100k euros tax-free, right? So that would mean in most European countries, would mean you'd have to make 200k if you would have any other job. If I would be a teacher right now, and I would be, let's say I would be able to maximally leverage the fact that I had a profitable company and that I can show them that I make much more doing this company than I would teaching. Let's say they would be like, okay, yeah, sure, you don't have any recent teaching experience. Also, your curriculum vitae looks kind of kind of weird, but okay, whatever. We give you like the maximum that we can give a teacher in the Netherlands. Then I would make, for 40 hours a week, I would make 3.5k euros after tax. Like, if I would play poker 40 hours a week, even with like this high tax situation in the Netherlands and everything going on, I would probably be able to make like 10k euro. So for every year that I continue to play poker right now, I would need to teach 3 years, right? If you put it together like that, it's like, okay. And then I've got like a pretty, like, if you're a teacher in the Netherlands, it's pretty decent. You got a pretty decent opportunity. I'm going to check Shove here, I think. I think with the Ace of Diamonds, I just want to have some bluffs here, right? Like, this is probably going to be the best bluff that I'm going to have. So is he going to overfold or not? I'm not sure. It depends on who this player is, what his tendencies are, how he sees me, etc, etc, etc. In the end, it doesn't really matter. Like, I'd prefer to have the bluff here and then get snapped by a flusher occasionally. I much prefer that. And then him seeing, or like him calling, whatever, Queen Jack of Spades here. I could live with that as well. Yeah, I can live with this, right? Like, this is fine with me because I'm going to have a ton of diamonds here. And if I don't have the bluffs there, let's put it differently. If I don't have bluffs in situations like this, consistently, right? Like, I consistently don't have bluffs anywhere, then he might not call hands like this, or like some weaker hands potentially. And we end up in a situation where my random ace-8 of diamonds, ace-5 of diamonds, hands like that don't make as much money. So there's a very defensive way of thinking about it. Like, the ideal way would be, I know that he's overfolding here. I know that he's betting the river much too often, which means that he will struggle to defend it versus check raise here, and we shove and we make a profitable decision. I don't know that. Overall, this is not a spot that's necessarily overfolded. It's not a spot that's not necessarily overdefended. I've got a hand that in equilibrium is a fine shove, I imagine. So shove, wish him good luck defending, and if he calls this time, good for him. If he folds this time, also fine. We don't really have control over that, but then at least we are going to have some bluffs in some spots which, like, a hand like this is only in there in equilibrium, not because it generates EV in equilibrium, because I don't think it will. It will be mixing in, I think. But the only reason it's in there is to make sure that villain can't fold hands like this, or he can't fold, like, I don't know, King 10 with the King of Diamonds. That's betting the river. And then, yeah, like once the... Okay, let me go here. And then needs to defend sometimes. So if we know that he's always going to be calling, then we... And he's never like folding his indifferent hands, then we don't want to do this. But we don't know that, so... It's one of those spots where you don't know. You just make sure that you've got bluffs and you're tough to play against. That you're kind of a nuisance, and then whatever happens may happen. Okay. We get a raise here. Not super thrilled about this. But a wide formation, I'm going to call off. It's kind of shitty, but yeah. Plenty of those hands in there. Okay. What are the new Brexit laws? Like, they're not new; they're actually quite old. But I don't know. I'm not able to move to the UK. Basically, I can visit for a couple months, but I'm not able to move there and live there. That's just the way it works. There's some exceptions if you're studying or if you got like a specific job where there's like a deficit. I don't know, like if you work in healthcare or maybe some teaching jobs or whatever, stuff like that. I think if you're playing 100 and now, then you're basically, you take all the stress and the risk of professional poker. But you don't take as much of the upside, if that makes sense. I'm going to go bet 40. So I would just try to move up, because like if you're playing 100 and now, you're not going to get to a bankroll of like $250,000 or something like that. That's just really, really hard to do. We all fault here. So, and you'd want to be in a situation where when you're done with poker, or poker is done with you, either way, you can just like put your feet up in the air, take a chill for like a couple months, and maybe start a company, maybe go back to school, maybe go back to teaching like I might. Yeah, like you'd want to be in a situation where you've accumulated some wealth. Like that, if I was in poker without the option to accumulate a reasonable amount of wealth, then I wouldn't be in poker. Then I would just like I would just be, I don't know, I would just be teaching. Like teaching 4 days a week, relatively comfortable life. Let's see, we'll call here. We could 3-bet, we could call. Both are fine. Yeah. After this month, Coin Poker will increase the rake. I've seen that. Yeah. I don't think they're going to be doing well, to be honest. I think it will be hard for them. I think this is close, but I think I want to fold. We're gonna check call here. I think I'm just going to bet 3/4. Okay. That's optimistic. We are going to call here, I think. Shouldn't really be any jacks in his range, to be honest. Like there may be some 5-4 or whatever, but yeah. I haven't played with coin, mostly because of the tax situation. Don't want to be in that situation where, yeah, like I just don't want to be in that situation. So I don't have any comments on like the software, although I've read stuff and like guys in the CP were talking about it in our private Discord. So yeah, seems like they will struggle. Like from what I've seen, again, I haven't played there, but from what I've seen, it's a relatively yeah, I think they're kind of in an interesting spot where like they seem to have invested a lot. I think I'm going to raise here with my diamonds. Should be okay. They invested a lot. Okay, marketing. They're marketing at 2+2 now. 1 month without rake. Like that in itself, like, well, you gotta pay wages, you gotta pay for infrastructure, additional marketing. That's like a lot. And then with the goal potentially of building some sort of a player base with a higher rake. But I think like the thing that GG does well is like they charge high rake, which is annoying, right? Like I was thinking today, like if I could do one thing, I would probably, in poker, I would probably just like snap my fingers and be back in like preferably 2006, but like let's say 2012 on PokerStars or like 2010 PokerStars. I could grind 500 now Zoom, and how often is this guy 3-betting? I just got the fold, I think. 500 now Zoom. So I've got like a few things going on. Okay, let's play this hand. Get like up to 75% rake back or whatever it is with like Supernova Elite, and things would be clear. Like you'd basically know that you're not going to be losing a lot when you're playing. Now, the way that the game is designed is if there's like a table with only Rex playing, then I'm going to try to do something here, which I'm not sure if it will work, but we'll see. Do I want to do that? Yeah, he's going to barrel so often, I don't know. Like I hope that we can buy a river app. Kind of doesn't make too much sense. Yeah, like this is annoying. I get the odds now to defend though. Like this is getting really weird. I'm getting, well, defending, like I don't need the odds to defend, but like we're getting 4-1, so we get direct odds here to draw, I think. Weird spot. Not sure if I needed to lose a half a stack there, but we did. That's how it goes sometimes. Hopefully not too often. But yeah, you would be in a very clear spot now. But like the rake back being low in the Netherlands, oftentimes I'm like, okay, let's say I would want to play some 10-20. Like I would want to not go bomb hunt extraordinaire and like join a table like this, play a little bit. Like sometimes you're getting another recreational to join. Sometimes you won't, but usually you will, and like kind of depending on how long it takes, you just play a little bit and that would be fine, and you don't instantly leave the table and stuff like that. But everyone at this table, including Cameron, is going to be losing a fair bit. If this is a recreation, maybe not, but like then this guy's losing. But let's say that they're all 3 regulars and they're pretty good. If everyone's losing like 5 big blinds or something like that, then suddenly you're sitting there paying, I don't know, $100 an hour to sit on this one table. Hopefully your recreation will show up to make up for the losses that you've incurred, or like the EV losses that you've... It's just, yeah, really annoying. And then the other thing is your win rate, even if there's a recreational, is not like it comes from like sometimes winning a jackpot and stuff like that, which is really yeah, also one of those things where like that doesn't really align with what I'd want out of poker. If that makes sense. Anyway, I'm going to go for clubs that I really need to take a piss. We've got some tables going now. Like we're playing on 4 tables. That's good. I'm going to call here on the sparring turn. We basically can't do anything else but call. I'm wondering if I can make a run for it, potentially. Let me think about this. Is that a smart move? Kind of a weird bet by him, but okay. I think I might do that. Okay, here we go. Okay. Did I not fold aces somewhere? I don't think I am able to find it out. Okay, cool. This is an interesting spot to be in. 53 VPIP. I think I'm going to call. This is something that I would normally not do, but like he's playing so many. He's playing on another table as well. He's 3-betting a lot there too. So I've got like 100 hands where he's 3-betting heaps and just putting way too much money into the pot everywhere. So like if I flop a king or a jack here, I'm going to win way too much. And otherwise I just check fold. Is that profitable? Hard to say, right? I think I'm just going to check here, to be honest. At this plate I will not overfold here. I could bet small, but do I really want to do that? Here we're kind of an interesting spot. I think I'm going to call to keep this guy around. It's kind of annoying because like 1 in 3 times there will be an ace on the flop. King's pretty good though. But I just want to keep this guy in. Dream spot to be in. We've got the King of Diamonds, which is also very good here. So we are not as worried about the diamonds there. We're going to call. Hopefully this guy just goes over the top and just does something completely lunatic. Do I just randomly want to lead here? I'm going to lead here. This is kind of a weird spot, but I think Alex is going to check back very often here because I block a bunch of the hands that he's going to bet. Like specifically aces, he might not, but like ace king, king queen, I will bet. I will block. So I'd prefer to just bet randomly, quote unquote randomly myself, and then potentially let either of them spew. Specifically this dude. Okay. What are we going to do? Let me think about this. Do we just go all in ourselves? If we go all in ourselves, what is he going to call in with? Pocket 8s, pocket 7s, pocket 5s. There is going to be some random 6x in his range because he's playing 50 VPIP, so that's something to take into consideration. Some hearts in his range. We block calls quite heavily. If we check and he shoves, we can probably just call it off. Would be relatively easy. I'm just going to check, I think. Like if he shoves, if we check, we definitely have high EV. We win the pot 100% of the times or something like that. If he shoves here, we just gotta call off, hate life. Interesting spot. We will call it off, like there's nothing we can do about it, I think, versus 50 VPIP guy. Like the time tanking is not great. We need to be correct 29% of the times or something. We just call off hate life a bit. Yeah. The ace-10 hand. You gotta remind me of what the ace-10 hand was, to be honest. I can't remember. Ace-10, let me just go scroll back a little bit here. Oh wait, okay. That was against the rack, yeah. It's a good point, actually. Like that's where are we with ace-10? Is this the ace-10 hand? Wait, fuck. Tempting to build a, I'm going to build a cold calling range here, but like the big blind thing. Oh no, he's 3-betting a lot. I don't want to do that then. If he's more passive, we can, but no, we can't. Yeah, the ace-10 hand is an interesting one where we shove the river. Ah, this is the one, okay. It should be going... turn sizing is really strange. I think you can go, like, you can probably go bet small on the straight closing turn, right? I don't know, like, seems like reasonable for him to go 3/4 there. I would go 3/4 probably myself. Like it's a reasonable point. Like I think on a very so like let me just screenshot this real quick so we can see it. I'm not sure which table it was, but like this way I think I can show it to you guys. Hopefully. Can I? Oh, that's so tilting. I was like somewhat confident that this would be the way to show it, but apparently it's not. If I just download it, save image as, and then open it. Oh, we're getting closer though. Super tilting this. Okay, we're getting there. That's tilting as well. Like, because we both have 10-8 on the turn, I'm not entirely sure if we should go overbet and check. Oh no, do we have both have 10-8? Wait, yeah, we both have 10-8, right? Like, yeah, we're going to have both 10-8 offsuit. So it seems like a reasonable spot for him to go and bet 3/4 with a bunch of hands, to be honest. But I could be wrong. Like, that would be fine. I think we raise small-ish and fold to a shove. Not super small though, like something like this seems reasonable. Call 9, fold random air. On the other hand, like, actually I think we call the shove, to be honest. Like it's really hard for a low VPIP guy cold calling the small blind to have like random 8-6 suited, 7-6 suited, 10-6 suited. So Like, and what other, like, we don't beat any other boats. Like, more likely that he has something like pocket 10s or pocket 8s, then if we 3-bet server there. We're going to call here. Without a heart, I think, and like having some Jack 10 type hands, 6-7, any 8, any queen hands that would defend here, I think we just fold this. If this is more disconnected, then you might be able to call a hand like this, but because it's pretty connected, his bets are going to have more equity, and our hand has less equity. So I like the idea of like check raising the turn in spots where, like, thin for value, in spots where our opponent doesn't really have a lot of, like where he just needs to go overbet and check. I'm just not sure if this is one of them. Again, like, you have the option to like open the sim right now and see it. I don't, so you might be right. But that's what it feels like right now. Like, you could, I'm not saying you can't go overbet, but I'm saying bet 75 seems fine. Should probably be fine. Like, if you go bet 75 or 125 on the turn and check, so bet 125 or 150 in. Okay, let me make a coherent sentence now. If you go and compare bet 150 and check, bet 125 and check, bet 75 and check, those 3 options on that turn, I think they're all going to be relatively close to the same EV. But it's definitely something that I'm trying to be aware of people cheating and betting small on sizes or smaller on sizes where they really shouldn't. I bet small on the flop here. Big blind, button versus big blind. And then on the turn here, we are just going to check. And then on the river, I would call on a bunch of rivers, but probably this one not. It's kind of an awkward one. Connects quite well with the flop check calling range. Also, like, some of the hands that might not, that might need to bluff here, I block now, which is kind of weird, like ace 5 of hearts, ace 5 with a heart potentially floats the flop. In these bet check bet lines, the pool overfolds quite a bit because they miss check raises. But I'm not going to bet this because this, in theory, should have some EV checking. Appreciate the kind words, Jan Heng. I'm not going to pronounce it correctly. I don't want to make a fool out of myself and possibly insult you by mispronouncing your name completely, but thanks for the kind words. It's actually funny, like, that line where I lead the turn, I've been much more open to that line after seeing a bunch of live plays by Gary, sorry, that he's done for Nachos. After seeing some, I was like, okay, that's actually pretty cool. Like, I don't need to always check range in a spot where we should be checking range in theory if we expect. And this was possibly quite close still, but you'd probably lead at some frequency, multi-way. Probably not at a very high frequency though. But like in theory and practice are going to be slightly different or vastly different, right? In some spots. especially when there's a big recreational, like why would we want to play a theoretically sound strategy if it's not the highest EV strategy? We are here to basically make the most amount of money. That sometimes leads you to, like we saw the hand where I had like 7-5 suited, I think, and I tried to lead the turn small in order to prevent him from like barreling large. Kind of like sometimes you're going to make plays like that like quite often I look back and I'm like, okay, well, probably like the idea that I had there in a split second was pretty okay. It seemed pretty okay, but it's actually not great. Bro, I'm better than you. Okay, congratulations. I'm really happy for you. Yeah, great. Like it must be amazing. If you're better than me, then you're a pretty good poker player. You have the potential to make a lot of money in this game. So, congrats. Hope you use that skill that you've curated after years of study and that's an interesting spot. I'm actually going to go range bet this, I think. And that is not like I should probably check this sometime. I don't know. It's kind of distracted by the guy. But yeah, like I don't know, and I don't have any animosity towards anyone else. We got like a time bank. This is such a good barrel card that I'm just going to barrel it. Also blocking like ace jack of hearts, king jack. I know him. So yeah, like I rarely have like this feud with someone like, because there's ego involved. Like I try to leave my ego at the door. I like fucking around with players and like sometimes throwing an emoji and stuff like that, but I also like it when they do that to me. If I make a random bluff and they go like this emoji, like that's kind of funny. Like okay, yeah, fair enough, touche. But I don't really have that's why I would never be a good heads up player, because like I don't want to beat one specific player. I just want to. I like this game, right? Like I like the game of poker, but I don't have like this. I want to be the best. I truly don't want to be the best poker player. Like I don't want to put in that amount of work. If you don't have that like that feeling of like wanting to be the best and someone saying that he's better than you, okay, good for you. This is indifferent. I'm getting 3-bet quite a lot by this guy. I'm going to get called quite a lot, and then we're getting squeezed, which has happened before on this table. So I want to open a bit tighter, and I fold the top of my folding range, bottom of my opening range, like basically shave off like a few percent points. Okay. We will go ahead and 4-bet here. Wait a minute. Let me just put this 4-bet in. I checked this over. 75% really isn't used there. Only overbet starting from ace 10. On top of that, the 1/3 as on the flop is unusual for this kind of board. Sure. Like, but solver is very flexible, right? On the flop, like on ace jack 7, you can probably just bet small and it would be fine. Yeah. Like I'm not like trying to win a debate in my comment section. Really good board if you're 4-betting pre-flop. Like the flop, especially on ace jack 7 rainbow, people are just going to range bet. So like Does this mean he's potentially slightly weaker? Yeah. Like I could, like that for sure. Is he going to overfold for his check raise? That's a reasonable observation, I think. Here, I'm going to be quite awkward with a bunch of hands. Like, what would I do with ace queen? What would I do with ace 10? I think I'm just going to check here. It's kind of weird. What would I do with aces, ace king? I would, like, with all, I wouldn't be super thrilled, I think. I block some checkbacks as well, so I'm just going to check back this one. Like if he has ace queen with the ace of clubs, he's going to check back. If he has some other ace queen hand, he's going to check back. I could shove here, I could call. I think I'm just going to call. Kind of weird spot, but still blocking checkbacks, I think. Probably reasonable. Okay, that's just lucky. Okay, got lucky there. Let me just show this image. I think you're making some good points, I just want to address them. Might as well learn something here. So, let me zoom in a little bit. Okay, so bottom versus big blind. I'm on the big blind, I call on open. Let me wait. I call on open. Dude bets small. Fairly reasonable strategy here. Like the EV loss for a range bet as opposed to polar on the flop is very, very minimal. Like it's going to be less than 2%. If it's like a two-tone board, it becomes slightly different, but here I think this is going to be fine on the rainbow texture. Does that mean that he potentially is a bit weaker when he goes and bets small? Probably, because the pool overfolds when they bet small and overdefend when they bet larger. So there's definitely a reasonable point to be made there. On the turn, I would have expected this to be, after going small on the flop, a bit more of a you could do whatever you want type of situation. Because I don't really have somewhat of another advantage, I guess, because pocket jacks, ace jack, I've had a higher frequency. But we both have 10-8 offsuit. So it seems reasonable. Like, I don't know. I would not raise that, I think, still. Ace 10 here. I think I would not raise that. I think that's a bit too thin. But like, I, again, don't want to... Definitely not interested in like getting into a argument is not the right word, but like, and yeah, just my opinion. Like, doesn't mean I'm right, is I guess what I'm saying. We're going to bet the turn here. Okay. Wanted to show another hand, but unfortunately the guy folded there as well. Anyway, my plan for the next year or so is probably a little bit longer, but like to do this challenge, that will be the poker that I'm playing. Who knows, God knows how many hours a week I will be playing and streaming and stuff like that, but I'm just going to try to stream everything and then we'll see when we get there. I'm going to cheat and bet 3/4 and just like tailor my ranges towards this guy. And like make it very obvious that I've got a strong hand and opening here. And make this guy overfold quite a bit. It's just like very obvious, but I don't mind if there's a guy that's punting stacks left, right and center in there. And then at the same time, I'm working on content for the CFP continuously. Like right now, let me show you if I can actually show you here. Well, I'm not sure if I should be showing it now, I guess. Because there would be, I'm going to call here. Yeah, I guess it would, wait, I'm going to call here. Let me just play this out first. So basically what it is, I can show part of it. I guess I just should be careful of showing the rest, I guess. I guess I can show this. Like, I don't think this is considered RTA in any reasonable way. I was thinking, like, is it because like there would be a solution that I would show, but not for any spot that I'm playing right now. So let me just show you. Well, yeah, close. River's close. Maybe I should call. Like, if I got a half pot bet, then I'm also going to be better, and like he's going to be bluffing a bit more. Anyway, this is what I'm building right now. TomTom, let me try to see if I can. Let's go to this. Yeah, okay. All right, you can't see me now, but anyway, this is the idea. You get a spot, bet, raise, B33 facing half pot check raise, and then you get the answer with something like this. Open. So this is basically what I'm building right now, and like I'm building a bunch of flashcards like this, pure fold, and it's actually like, okay, what was the situation again? Okay, it was like that. So basically, I'm going to 3-bet here. This should be printing. And then on the flop, I'm going to check now that it missed. And then depending on the sizing, I'm either going to call if he bets small. If he bets large, I'm going to fold. Like this, I'm going to call. Mostly because hitting a king or a queen is just going to mean I'm winning a stack or close to a stack. If I had ace king here, ace queen, I would play the same line and I would check all the turn as well and possibly call down. Now I don't beat ace 8 offsuit, which is kind of annoying, so I don't want to do that. So yeah, get a spot, and rather than having to drill and then see how often this calls or folds or whatever, you get the exact reason why things are the way they are. So like review a solution, let's say we go like this. Next hand, do we call here with a spade and a diamond? I'm just going to say no, we don't. With the spade is probably going to be good though, but the diamond is not going to be great. This seems already close, so I'm guessing we call with the spade and then without the diamond. That would be what I think is happening here. So refill solution. Call most over pocket pairs with a backdoor flush draw defined. The fact that we hold a diamond makes it into pure. Okay, I would have guessed the other way around. That's interesting. Oh yeah, you want to match them both. Yeah, that's stupid. Yeah, you want to match them both. So you can see here, matching them both is pure. It's kind of cool. Anyway, that's the idea. And that way I think I can transfer the knowledge that I've accumulated over time as easy and as quick as possible, because you get to just drill. Wait, I might just... No, just like specific tables. Because I just... Wait, let me just open some tables. Because I can just like build 4,000 of those flashcards, and then if you want to get better at poker, you can just go through those flashcards rather than having to watch a video or whatever on facing a check raise. Like you can get a lot better deliberately, like through deliberate practice in a ton of different spots, right? And that will be very helpful to the guys in the CFP. So I'm working on that, and then I'm doing some private coaching. I'm currently coaching about 8 players. Maybe like somewhere between 6 and 10. I'm not entirely sure how many I've got right now exactly, but between 6 and 10. 2 will start relatively soon. So yeah, I'll be busy for the next few weeks, and months and years. Anyway, let me go back to the... Is it like seeing... I know these ones. Okay, this one, cool. Folding there. If you're interested in private coaching, check out the link that is in the description section of this stream. There's a lot of information, and I'm running like a discounted price right now. Do you share your labels? Yeah, I'm happy to share them, I can tell you. But usually, like they're not very up to date because I haven't played in this pool continuously. So, like for instance, this guy I don't know. This guy I actually do know because I know him personally. We will go ahead and call here. Anyway, like, what is it? Orange is regular, so this guy's a regular. This is a more passive recreational. Lighter green is a whale. And then we've got blue, sometimes for nits or tighter players. Not always a nit, but a more passive tighter player. And then we've got red for more aggressive redlining type of player. Thanks for the kind words, Trutala. It means a lot. Like I said earlier in the stream, I thought about streaming more so that I could get like the streamer tag on GG. I won't be able to get that because I'm from the Netherlands, but still I enjoyed streaming. So like randomly, we're now in a situation where we're just streaming without any upside or much upside to me. Like I guess like showing some stuff from the company and gently nudging you to my website will help out a bit. But is it enough to justify like the not necessarily the value that I'm giving, because I'm just one guy streaming right now, and I'm not going to make the pool significantly better by these streams. But more so like what I'm showing about my game and that kind of stuff. That would be yeah. I'm going to fold. That's tempting to open, but here, what did happen here? Because I bet the flop small-ish, 40%. He check called. Then we're going to go check. This will be somewhat underbluffed, but on the other hand, I kind of, yeah, we are losing the vast majority of the times, but we are going to be winning often enough here. That's always great when you've got like a potential recreational. I'm going to go to 14, I think. He's going a bit bigger because he's doing this as well, so. Feels like he's going to call too often. I have no idea what kind of player this is, right? Like, I'm assuming recreational, because I don't know the name. I'm going to block bet and then not fold at any point. I get a quick call. I'm going to check here. I think it's an interesting spot. Is he going to quickly call with a jack? Probably not, right? He's going to think about raising a little bit versus 6 big blind bet. Flush draws could fit the bill though. I'm going to call. Like I'm probably not going to fold at any point. Because it's a recreational one. I think it might be a will. If it's a will, then I just call down, and I'm going to pretend to be thinking about this a little bit at least. And I'd be like, oh, this is kind of gross. I've got ace king. Do I call ace king here? I'm not sure. Like I've got pocket sevens. Do I call here? Not sure. But I won't fold at any point here. No, go. Are you planning to make Russian cash content, or are you focusing on regular tables? I'm focusing on regular tables for now. I'm not the best Russian cash player. I got like a relatively decent recent sample, but I just like I think I would be doing pretty good if I was playing 2 tables. But 2 tables of 200 now, I also doesn't feel like the most exciting thing I can like. Even right now, I think. If games were slightly more abundant, with like slightly better rakeback, I would probably just make this a 1k challenge. Because I played most hands at 1k in my life. Then the second highest is 2k, and the third highest is 500 no, and then 200 no, I think. But 1k by a fair margin, like a couple times the next stake, and then like 2k I played maybe 200k hands or something like that lifetime. So where was I going with this? Yeah, so like playing 500 now is like really hard for me to like I won't ever be in a session. So never say never, but like unlikely to be in a session where I'm dropping, and this is a fold by the way, because this guy's playing too many hands basically. Shouldn't really do that. But I won't likely be in a situation where I will be annoyed for like more than 20 minutes after my session about the results that I've got in that session. At 200 now, yeah. I feel like the upside would be too small. I don't know. Maybe at some point. Who knows? I think I'm going to rip here. Is this guy? Okay, wait. Let me show you. Just flop a set instead. That's always good. So yeah, for now it would just be this. Maybe I'll make like a run at bonds video or something like that on. When playing Russian cash. I think one should be going live relatively soon. Here we're just going to put it in. You can check my website. There's some. Let me. For someone that's like watching this later, can't see the chat or whatever. Are you a winning player at 500 1k? If so, what is your win rate? On my website, there's a graph of. There's a slightly older graph, like the last year of hands or something like that. In Andorra aren't in there. But you can basically see my win rate over quite a decent sample. Okay, wait, a few questions. Let me just. But like I'm a winning player at 500 1k, for sure. My win rate at 1k was something like 6 point. I read it yesterday, like in the post that I checked for my graph, but like it's a 6 point something big blinds per 100 hands. On some sides higher, on some sides a bit lower. On GG, and I can't really prove this right now, which is a bit annoying, specifically for GG. But the last known win rate for myself was like 0.7 big blinds per 100 hand pre-rake back at 1k. So yeah, but again, I don't have receipts because last year I had to clean disk space and I deleted my documents folder, which contained my HM3 database. So the HM3 database that I had for years, where I stored all my hands in, got lost. So I only have like graphs of all this stuff and stuff like that. But if you're at any point you're watching this stream and you're like, okay, he might be full of shit, then I recommend you to go through my blog on Run It Once. It's called One Day I'll See the Light. If you like search free nachos, One Day I'll See the Light or something like that, or even like free nachos on Google, probably you'll find it. And there I documented my rise through the stakes from 10-0, from being a losing 10-0 player up to 10-20. Up to this day, basically. I stopped blogging because I felt like I didn't really contribute much anymore over the last few years. We'll go in here. Other than the occasional update, but I feel like this is what my life looks like right now. But maybe I'll pick it up again some point. Okay, here we get check rest. Anyway, I'm not sure if I would be at 0.7 big blinds. So pre-rake back right now. As let me think here, what do I do? Also, like my sample is like 400k hands, I think, or something like that on GG. So yeah, it's probably not even close to enough to say I'm actually winning or losing pre-rake back. With rake back for sure you're winning, but yeah. I think I'm just checking down, it's kind of gross, but I've marked them as a passive recreational, so yeah. So yeah, am I a winning poker player at 5-0 1k? For sure. You could argue about 2k, although I've got like a pretty decent sample there as well. So yeah, and probably like if you're winning at 5-0 1k, you can win at 2k because it's sometimes the same regulars. Also, like on most sites, you're like, how should I say this? Like, if you got a win rate at 1k, you're going to have a win rate at 2k because game's slightly tougher, rake slightly lower. On GG, it's slightly different. Anyway, how much do you think playing 1 million hands will take you, given you play rec tables and games? Like, I can imagine you have to play quite some volume. Like, I will have to. I'm not going to put like this is not going to be one of those like 1 million hands in 1 year challenges or something like that. We'll see. We'll see how long it takes me. I've got obviously other priorities too, so I can't make this like my only thing because I've got a 3-year-old and a 2-year-old. I've got a company. I'm doing private coaching. Sometimes I'll be able to play more. Some weeks I'll be able to play less. But like I don't know. Hopefully I can finish it in like 18 months or something like that. We'll see. I'm going to bet small here. Will you stream more anti-games? I might stream more 500 anti-games. I haven't studied them much though. So, and like the annoying thing about anti-games, like right now there's quite a few tables running. But sometimes there's just one table running. Can you see this? Why can't you see this? Yeah, you can see this, okay. And if there's just one table running, then I'm going to call here. This is kind of gross. I'll be cool with the backdoors, I think, but it's gross. He seems to be kind of active though. He called like a pure fold a few hands earlier. Okay. I'm just going to fold, I think. It's fine. Jesus Christ. I 3-bet here. This guy, I think, get a call by imposition here. I think I'm just going to check and then check raise. Because he's sometimes randomly betting. Like he bet some hand that should be a pure check somewhere before, where he just bet pocket nines 2 times. So I kind of want to check raise large, I think. This is one of the spots where you just shove here and he calls you with pocket sevens with a diamond, you look like genius. He snaps you with pocket nines, you look like a fool. He checked quickly on the flop though. I think I'm just going to rip. It's kind of a weird way of playing this, but I think there's going to be a bunch of single diamond type hands that he might call. But yeah, probably don't do this yourself. Curious what this Russian thing is that someone said. Let me see if I can translate it. I don't know. Ah, fuck, I checked GPT, okay. Let's do a challenge, NL2. Okay, let's do a challenge at NL2. 1 cent, 2 cents, I guess. For 1 million hands. I'm probably not going to do that. But feel free to do that yourself, obviously. Yeah, like I like Ruben says that's a tough grind, Nacho. 1 million hands. Sure. Like you probably run around, and I don't want to repeat myself too much, but basically last week I've been kind of not depressed, but a bit like what should I do with my life? And I realized a couple of things. Probably just going and maximizing the business and focusing more on coaching will make me more money. But I don't really want to be a coach that doesn't play. That doesn't seem like something that would be appealing to me at all. Let me just share this hand here. So yeah, I've done that months at a time, right? Like where I didn't play any poker. So it's not like I haven't done that at all. It's just I didn't really. Every time I do that, I feel like kind of a fraud, even though I know I'm not. But like, you feel like if you're explaining some concept to someone, you're like, okay, well, what the fuck do I know, right? I haven't played poker in months. Yeah, I'm telling you how to play poker. So that's something that I was thinking about last week. I've basically started a couple of sessions at like 1K and 2K last week, and I realized after some time that there weren't any, I don't know, tables dried up a bit. And I was like, okay, I'm not going to make any reasonable amount of money here. Definitely not the highest EV play. Also like the potential downside of playing like a game like let's say I would be playing on any of these tables or something like that. It's like, okay, 130 VP. Usually the way it looks like is like 130 VPIP recreational. At least like during the week, right? You've got like one table where, especially during the week, there's like 9 guys watching, and you gotta, or like there's 4 guys battling. You're like, okay, well, I can't be the 5th guy battling, but I'm paying way too much rate. I don't know. Anyway, I was like, okay, I don't want to do that. I don't want to play in the evenings. There were a lot of things that I wouldn't do, and then there were the things that I wanted to do, I couldn't really do. I felt like, because I don't want to battle and then like have lower rake back than anyone else, and so like be at a massive deficit already. It doesn't seem like something that would be too appealing for me. So yeah, I was like, what am I going to do? Am I just going to focus on the company and like do more coaching and work more on content? But then I don't want to do the marketing thing. I really dislike that. So even like making YouTube videos, I oftentimes really can't be bothered with, because I feel like if I wanted to tell something super interesting, then I would want to do that to the guys in the CFP. Or the guys in private coaching, right? But I wanted like, yeah, but continuously make videos for anyone out there. Doesn't seem, for one, I feel like it's kind of a hassle. You need to come up with things. You need to make sure it's polished. You need to make sure that you've got stuff to back your claims up with. So you gotta present everything neatly. I don't know, like I prefer to then work on content for the guys in the CFP. So that I didn't really want to do. I don't really want to go full marketing. Like I know a few guys that went that route, right? Like that didn't really do well in poker and then became a coach. Obviously I know a ton of guys that did really well and then became a coach, right? So there's nothing wrong with the concept itself, but yeah, I don't know. I don't want to be some random dude that sells courses or I don't know, coaches people without being able to back up what I'm saying by results. So yeah, I feel like, okay, I want to play poker. I don't really see that in a logical way for myself where I'm playing the highest stakes that I can play or whatever. I don't really see myself right now in the situation that I'm in, where I want to play during the day, in a situation where I'm like, I don't know, battling at 10:20 or something like that, not streaming and just battling at 10:20. I don't really see that happening right now. Okay, so I was like, this seems like a pretty good option, something I've been thinking about for a bit. Like it would be good for myself to put myself out there without feeling like I'm like trying to get content out of it, if that makes sense. Flash closing turn, we'll go ahead and bet. I'm not playing one table only, no, I've been I'm playing on right now at 6 tables, 5 or 6 tables, now at 5. So yeah, this is a kind of a level where if I play a million hands, I'm going to make, depending on how we run and what the game quality is and whatnot, it's going to be roughly 200k, maybe 250k. So that money is kind of nice. Let's say I finished this in 18 months or whatever. So it's like, yeah, still obviously good money. I can promote the CFP a little bit. I can like sleep at night knowing that I still beat the games. yeah, like it will be a good way for me to play poker and keep poker in my life, I guess, because I don't want to be a coach that doesn't have poker in his life, because I don't feel connected to the guys in the CFP anymore, if that makes sense. It's kind of weird to explain to someone that isn't in that situation, I think. What's it called? Imposter syndrome. Yeah, that's what I feel like I'm dealing with imposter syndrome quite a lot when I'm coaching, and if I've got a few months and I'm just coaching, I feel like, okay, well, I feel like I'm faking it, if that makes sense. Even though like I know that I'm winning, and I know that I've built a successful program, and like those things don't really happen randomly, but I still feel like that. So this will be a way for me to play 25 hours a week or something like that, keep poker in my life like that, have a clear something towards, something that I'm working towards, a reason for me to study continuously as well, get better, and then interesting spot here. Has an argument to be made to call these always, like these types of hands, because aces full can win you jackpots, so we want him to stay around when he has ace queen in that regard, if that makes sense, and it's indifferent anyway. Yeah, we're just going to call and call down, and river will be close, I guess, if we miss, but definitely calling here. That's gross. I think I'm just going to call though. Like, 48 VPIP guy. There's going to be the random 9. There's going to be some pocket pairs for sure, but he's playing 48 VPIP. And there's going to be random shit in there, which I beat. So I don't have, like, I win 1 in 3 times. So yeah, I get the odds to call here if I win 1 in 3 times. But I also have, like, he's going to have 7, 8 of diamonds. Sometimes random 2 overcards when he plays this VPIP. So I think I just got to call off and expect to be, this is relatively close, but I think with ace jack here, should be okay. And here we're just going to run it once, because we want him either to double up, that would be good for our EV, or we hit our diamond. No. In the meantime, we are going to raise here. Okay, that's good. That could be worse. Sure, let's go 2 times. That's 1. 2? Is that 2? Seems like it's 2. Okay, cool. Always good. Here with the gut shot is close actually, because he's going to barrel the turn way too often and then we have to fold. So there's something to be said for calling just your 5-4 or something like that here, and then calling the turn always, and not folding this on the flop already, even though it's an equilibrium call. Yeah, I think that's a good point. The best thing is, even though you don't have to play poker, you do because you like to. That makes it even better for your students. Yeah, I think that's also like, I basically go through cycles where I don't play for a couple of weeks, especially when I'm in the Netherlands. Like in Andorra, I played consistently, more or less consistently, outside of some travel or whatever travel. But in the Netherlands, it's like, yeah, I quite often I'm like, okay, it doesn't make an awful lot of sense for me to play poker because the hourly that I'm making playing like 500 NL right now, I won't say it's not worth it or whatever, but the additional amount of money that I'm getting out of it is also not to the point where I'm like, okay, this makes sense to grind it like 40 hours a week or 30 hours a week or whatever. I might also just like make a new course, make videos, whatever, do coaching, work less and make roughly the same amount. Let me call it here. So yeah, I go through these cycles of wanting to play and then not wanting to play. I think back in the day it was a bit, especially before things in the Netherlands were regulated, like it was a lot clearer because there were some problems with taxes and stuff like that later got resolved, but like it was somewhat clear that you wouldn't be you'd be able to play on most sites and you'd be okay, if that makes sense. That's okay. And there was action on most sites like whenever you wanted, kind of. Now it's a bit more concentrated towards GG, especially in the Netherlands it's GG only. And so yeah, and then like my rate back in GG is like significantly lower than others. I don't know. Feels like sometimes there's less of it's a bit more trying to find the right word in English here, but like predatory is I guess the word that I'm looking for. You're like, okay, you gotta be like here, for instance, recreational left. I just need to leave this tab actually. It is gross, but that's just what needs to happen there. Because we are paying 8 big blinds per 100 hands. If I'm, let's say I'm like twice as good as someone else or something, not twice as good, but like I've got like 4 big blinds on the pool here, then I'm still paying to sit on this table, which is kind of a weird thing. Doesn't mean I think you should go actually full predator mode, but especially if I'm playing like 1k or 2k, I think it kind of makes sense to do that because like, yeah, I don't want to, if I'm playing 10-20, I don't want to pay like $100 an hour per table to just sit there and play poker. That's not what I want to do. Anyway. So yeah, like I've quite often I'm dealing with the feeling of like what is my goal in poker now? Like I'm not going to play these highest limits, even though I could sit there. Like I could sit down every day, right? I could sit down and play, but I'm not, because I don't think it makes sense for me. So what am I doing in poker then? Okay, maybe I should be coaching, and then like I'm coaching and like, okay, well, I feel the longer I don't play poker, the more I feel disconnected to anyone that does play poker. So I tried real hard to make that work, to just run the company, do as well as I can there. But it's just not for me. I think the lower my pocket pair is, the more I want to fold here. This is pretty close with a diamond, and I'm just okay. I'm going to call the ones with a diamond. So weird. Why do so many players have imposter syndrome? I think it's in poker. You get that quite often. Like it's relatively easy to get imposter syndrome, I think. Ace queen, pocket nines. This is the reason why I wanted to fold on the flop, but I decided to go with it because I matched both suits, which is typically quite good. But basically that's the reason why I wanted to give up there, because I'm in a situation where if I've got pocket tens, I beat pocket nines, but now I don't. So. But yeah, like it's... I think very good poker, like good poker players, not maybe the best of the world, but like good poker players will be good enough to recognize that there's a lot of luck involved, and so it might be low chance, but it might be that they are playing this game and have been lucky for quite some time, and now it's just waiting till luck catches up or something like that. On the other side, like really weak players, like I banned a guy a few weeks ago that was like continuously spamming me with poker advice that didn't make any sense. It was just like complete nonsense, basically. Like, hey, you should be 4-betting queens there when I shouldn't really be, and stuff like that. But there's also like, poker also has it in itself that you... if you have played a little bit and you're running good, you have this feeling of like, I'm the best, and you don't know that you're actually losing. So I think that's part of the reason is like anyone goes to 20 buy and down swings, and then it's very easy to be like, okay, well, am I actually winning right now? I'm not sure if I'm winning. Am I winning? Have I just been running really good? What if the games have changed? So like there's no direct feedback. The feedback is always, the game gives you is always very, very indirect. And then it's really, like I especially when I was like, still playing a lot, like I'm going to be playing a bit more I guess now, but last year for instance, but also the years before, like there were many times where I would be on a longer downswing or break-even swing, and I'd be like, am I still winning, right? Like, what if games have changed? What if I don't have a great feel about the games anymore, or the direction in which the pool's heading? What if I'm missing stuff, if that makes sense? So when you go through a phase like that, like let's say I would have been down 5 buy-ins right now, I would have been like, here I am explaining everything, but like subconsciously, I'd be like, fuck, 5 buy-ins down. It's like not a great start. What if I keep losing? What if I keep losing, do this challenge, and then after a million hands, I'm not winning? That would be not low for me. Where I'd have to show this graph of me losing a bunch. So yeah, I think like it's like that. Like the variance in it makes it easy to adapt yourself. And also, I think another reason is like I'm surrounded by players that are doing really well, and there's a selection bias and the results that they show, right? Like, and this is not like, how should I say? I don't think someone is like intentionally sharing just their wins and never their losses or whatever. But overall, people will share more wins. And they want to celebrate more than they want to be whining. I think it's more like that. So when someone's like losing a bunch, you might not see the graphs, but then when someone's winning, you see the graphs, right? And that is something that is also can be distorting the way you view the game a bit. Because then you're like, oh wait, this guy's winning heaps, and here I'm break even. What does he know that I don't know, right? And then later on he goes on a major downswing. Like the greatest example is 2024 Ben Raven, Benabet beat. Like I'm going to be brutally honest with myself right now, so, and not with Ben. This is just me dunking on me, not on Ben. But he shared his result at the end of 2024, and I was like, they weren't great. I can't remember what it was, but they weren't great. And I noticed myself think, okay, well, probably he's like playing a bit too GTO-ish. Turns out that he's not. I didn't know anything about his game, but that was like he's playing in too tough games, and he's playing a bit too basic GTO type to be beating the games. And then last year, he won a lot, and I saw the results, and I was like, "How this guy's gotten really good?" I was like, "That doesn't make any sense, right? Like, it's very unlikely that he went from one of the weaker racks to one of the better racks in the pool. Quite unlikely. Quite likely what ended up happening was he was already a very good poker player, and he was just running like shit in 2024. Now he's running like God, or running really good, I should say, in 2025. And this is what he said himself, by the way. Okay. So I got a few decisions here. But it's very easy to, like, last year I was like, oh, this dude is really, really good. Also, like, last year he made like a dirty bluff catch against me at 10-20 on GG, where I shoved, like, I was like, probably not going to overbluff here, but I should fire this bluff occasionally. And I got snap called by him by an indifferent hand in a very big pot. Like, fuck, that's annoying. What does he know about my game that I don't know? Anyway. Okay. But I think, yeah, like we're all going to be susceptible to projecting our thoughts and emotions and the kind of stuff. And poker's a great game for that, because anyone can think they're a winner, even temporarily. Like they can walk away a winner, which is the reason why some make a lot of money in it. Yeah, and also like naturally. Bad, I guess. Wait, let me just go through these hands real quick. Okay, going to fold here. And actually, like I'm someone that is perhaps a bit more doubtful about himself and the decisions that I'm making and stuff like that. So this can be oftentimes like be something negative, but also sometimes like I've seen a bunch of players that moved up to 10-20 and they were like flying at like 150k bankroll and then went broke. Like I've seen that happen multiple times, and I'm not saying that it couldn't have happened to me, but like in part because I was always so doubtful about myself and my winnings. I was always very, very nitty when it comes to bankroll management, because I was like, what if I'm a losing poker player? I don't want to be on like a very large downswing and then having to cash out some winnings or whatever and then going broke. So it helped me at times as well. Anyway, what do you Patrick, do you play any apps? I don't. What do you think, what is better, play 3 or 4 rack tables in case I can find really good games? I don't understand what you're saying. I basically I think anyone in poker right now should try to make it to like high mid stakes, low high stakes. That's like where most of the money is. That's like especially if you're like in a country with like gray market or whatever, you just aim for playing an average stake of somewhere between 500 NL and 1200 NL or something like that. Like if you're from the US, maybe aim for 10-20 on Ignition or whatever. Like that's where you should aim for, because that's where most of the money is. Beyond 10-20 there isn't games running consistently. So yeah, and like the amount of study that you need to do is way higher. So if your goal is to maximize EV, that's probably not the way to do it. Anyway, like the reason I'm saying that is, if I would have to go, let's say I would do a different challenge here, and I would be like, okay, let me start again at 50 now and move my way up. I think that's kind of I won't say a boring challenge, because like, I could see that it might be interesting to some, but I always feel like, okay, Like for instance, I think Doug Polk did that once. I was like, okay, yeah, dude, I know that you can move up. You can beat like 25.50. Of course you can beat 25 cents, 50 cents, right? I'm just going to range bet here. Call here, okay. What was I saying? So, but basically, what you'd want to do is you always want to get into a situation where the chances of you getting into that 1k game where you're winning actually a reasonable amount are as high as possible. That's basically what you want to do. I'm not sure about this guy. I think I can bet, I can check. I'm going to check this because I didn't roll particularly high and I've got so many gut shots that I want to bet there. Does your coaching covers antis? There's a lot of value in anti-app games these days. Lots of whales. Not necessarily particularly the difference between anti-games and 6max, although there's going to be some. But I'm not an expert in those games, so... But... sorry, I had two spots at the same time that were mildly interesting. But like... in essence, like the ranges will be different in some spots, and that will lead to different strategies in some spots. But yeah, I don't think the difference is going to be large enough that you'd want to have a coach that is very specifically good in those anti-games. I don't think that, unless you're already very good, right? Like if you're already very good, like let's say I would want to get coaching specifically for anti-games, that could make sense, I think, because then I can just quickly get like, what is the differences? Where should I be looking rather than having to figure out everything on my own? That's like a reasonable way to go about it. But if you're pretty good playing like low stakes or whatever, I would just focus on getting a good coach. And then, because I've coached guys that have played anti-games quite a bit. You can usually, the difference, let me give you an example. Wait, let me play this hands first, sorry. Let me check back here, let me check here. Cool there. Bet there, okay. Sorry, I'm playing like five tables right now and all I'm in a hand for some reason. So let me answer you a little bit later. Okay, I think we're good. Okay, cool. So, yeah, if you're low stakes regular, let's say you'd want to. That's annoying. Should have bluffed as a spot. Okay, sorry. Like I'm continuously in hands for some reason, not always on screen. I don't even have the time to put them on the stream because I'm in multiple at once. The example that I wanted to give is like, let's say you've got a spot where you want to extract the most amount of money out of a recreational, just a random spot, right? That doesn't really matter what. And the difference between an anti-game and 6max is like minimal in that regard. Same thing with like understanding the structure of specific spots. Like an overbetting texture in 6max is quite likely an overbetting texture in anti-games. So someone like me won't be able to tell you exactly like what are the things where it is slightly different. But if you're currently like a mid-stakes player, then you'll gain a lot from getting coached by me. I say that as humbly as I can. Let me focus a little bit on the poker playing here. I'm going to check back here. I feel like I made some mistakes. Yeah, I feel like I made some mistakes here and there. Anyway. What a joke site is this? Never had so many bad beats in one day. It's just fucked up. No offense, Paul. My second name is actually Paul, so I feel, in a way, I feel related to you. Also, you seem to be Dutch because of your name. But that is the mindset of a recreational. Like, it doesn't make any sense to have those thoughts because you're playing a gambling game, right? Like, it would be like me playing football and then being annoyed that I get tackled. It's like, okay, that happens when you're playing football. So that's one. And then two, now imagine you were playing football, right? You get tackled and you feel annoyed. Like, obviously you're going to feel annoyed, but like annoyed to the point where you're like, this has an influence on your day. And then not just that, you're also going to go to a public place and you're going to complain about it. It doesn't make any sense. And I'm saying that not because I want to be a dick. I definitely don't want to be a dick in this chat with you here. I'm saying that because I want to explain the logic to you. And you won't be a winning poker player. And therefore, if you don't understand this, and therefore you'll keep complaining like this if you keep going down this path. So like you'll go through cycles where you either quit at some point or you learn this, right? There's no other option. Anyway, I'm going to call here. I'm probably just going to call down, to be honest, versus this guy, because he seems like, I don't know if it's just versus me or whether he's just running really good versus me or whatever, but he seems to be betting a lot and stuff like that. So I'm really tempted to just call and call down here. 60. That's so annoying though. That's so annoying. If I wasn't streaming, I would probably call. I'd be like, dude, like this is the 15th time. I'd rather pay like, let me see how many tables he's playing. Sorry, okay, I just need a quick view. A heuristic. One table. He doesn't seem to be playing aggressive enough, I guess, to call here. Like if he's playing 38 VPip or something like that, okay. Okay. We'll let it go. At least no one is able to make to snipe me. I can make like a clip out of this. This is an interesting one. I've got like a pretty good bluffing opportunity here. I think I'm just going to go at 3/4. Blocking some of the more common ace-x. Okay, I'm on 6 tables now, so commenting will be even tougher than it is right now already. And I've got a heart in my hand. And a heart is good because it unblocks like queen-jack of hearts. Queen-jack of spades, queen-jack of clubs, king-queen, king-jack. Sorry, let me just show you. Like he's going to float the flop with king-jack of spades, right? If I've got a heart in my hand, I unblock that hand, meaning he can still have it. So those are usually good to barrel. If you've got like a rainbow flop here, not there. That's right here. Got a rainbow flop here. Then on the turn you want to think, okay, the solver always wants equity first. So like 8-9 is going to be betting here, 6-4, stuff like that. But then you need some other bluffs as well. Maybe you're going to raise here. You need some other bluffs as well, because you'd want to have bluffs if, let's say you have 6-4 as your only bluff, you're an 8-9. And then the river is like an 8. Now you don't have bluffs anymore, right? Because you've got either a pair now, or you've got a straight. So you'd want to have... okay. So you'd want to have some bluffs that would be good river bluffs. I'm going to bet here. In case you... like in case the board runs out in a specific way. And then you'd want next up, so first equity, and then the next one is like unblocking folds, blocking calls. And that is what that hand does quite well. Here we're just going to get the money in. It's kind of gross, but we just will. Most likely. Got like a very interesting spot. Yeah, not sure why I time-banked that low. I think I wasn't really changing my river decision there. I think we just shove on the river. Shouldn't really have any queens there. It's kind of gross, but okay. Here we get a lead and then a shove. I don't know what that means, to be honest, here, because I don't think there should be too many leads. It's kind of annoying that all the leads get there, or a bunch of them. But also, like, what is he shoving here? Right? Like, is he shoving a queen jack? Maybe? Queen jack probably, I guess, but I don't know. Feels a bit weird. Aces, okay. Aces make some sense, I guess, but the lead flop, kind of, I guess. I don't know. I don't know. That's a bit gross. Okay, we got another spot here where we're going to call, I think. Are we going to call? No, I'm not going to call, I'm going to fold here. I think it's really hard for him to be bluffing, like he needs to change some pair into a bluff or whatever. Variance, yeah, right, I know I can win every best hand but lose every 20. Yeah, this is fucked up. I'm just going to like politely remove you because I don't wanna, yeah, like this is nothing personal, but I don't want to deal with that. We lost two pretty big hands in a row. Let's see, is this the one where we lost the one? No, that was another one. Like we won a few as well earlier, but like this is a bit gross. Like this guy's pretty aggro, and it's like he like really weirdly aggro sometimes. Like I played a hand versus him where he 3-bet Queen 8 high on the flop, but no equity, no draw, actually blocking some bluffs against me sometime. At one point, so I was like, okay, kind of weird aggro player. I 4-bet pre-flop, he leads the flop. Okay, I call, I guess, and then he shoves turn, and it's like, are you shoving turn with pocket 10s here? You're shoving turn with pocket 9s. King Jack, probably you're not shoving, right? Let's say you have Ace Queen, are you shoving the turn? I don't know. You probably want to have something like Aces specifically, but I didn't think Ace would lead all that often. Anyway, we got owned. Good for him. Well played by him. I don't know. Turn is debatable, I guess, for me. And here, this was the one where we lost. Is this the other one where we lost? No. I guess we left the table already. Did we not? Possibly. Given you've coached hundreds of players, how easy is it to tell someone you coach has good stats? How well does that correlate to win rate? How often you see someone with poor stats winning a lot? Rarely. Like rarely that you see someone with poor stats win a lot. You have sometimes they don't lose as much, or like that you're like, okay, you're winning more than I would have guessed, given the stats you're playing, but quite often, and also sometimes the other way around happened as well, right? Should better. Alright, I don't have any table. I just got moronic. Okay. I'm just going to delete here, it doesn't make any sense, but I just wanted chips. So sometimes it happens when you're like, okay, he's really good, you see the stats and he's winning a lot as well. It has happened once or twice where I was like, I looked at the stats, I was like, okay, I can't find any major leaks. I do the database review, can't find any major leaks, he's winning heaps. Yeah, I don't really think there's an awful lot of value for him getting coached, if that makes sense. So I just told him. It happened like once or twice in the 5 years that I've coached, but usually people have leaks. Like even some of the guys that I've coached played really high. They still have like pretty big leaks. Pretty big, sometimes they have pretty big leaks, let's put it like that. But oftentimes you open a database and you see, okay, like this guy has a bunch of the most obvious glaring leaks. And those wouldn't be obvious glaring leaks if not most players had them, right? So that's something to take into consideration. Faults, I guess. Can you speak from your experience what people are winning on iPoker? Okay. I kind of can, but not, like I'm not the expert on win rates on iPoker. We've got a few players in the team that are playing there. I know one guy that's been winning quite comfortably. Two guys actually. One like quite comfortably pre-rake back, and then you've got like, if you're not from the Netherlands, very good rake back. There's a ton of bots playing there, it seems like. I'm not sure, but that's what I've heard. And you'll likely need a seeding script to play there, especially at like 400 and on up, which is, yeah, like technically not allowed, but then everyone, like, yeah, like it's very clear that it's happening and they don't police it, so you're like kind of in a situation where you're forced to use it yourself if you want to get reasonable tables. It's kind of weird. Also, you said that you want to play 2K now on iPoker. Yeah, like did I play some yesterday? Not sure if I actually sat on the table. I don't think I sat on the table yesterday, but like every now and then at 5K specifically, like, let's open it now. At 5K specifically, there's going to be recreational joining during the day, and then you can play some 5k. I played a bunch, like sometimes I played like 10 sessions or something like that last year. Some longer, some shorter. But for me, like right now, let me just. Usually during the games are going to be running in the evening. I'm not really playing in the evening, that's annoying. I get 0% rake back. That's annoying. I don't really want to be using a seeding script, that's annoying. So, a bunch of reasons why it's not like super appealing to me to play right now. 2550, I don't know 2550. Oh yeah, there is, but don't you think his turn call is overly sus? Yeah. I don't know, I don't have like a strong opinion there. It's a bit weird. Like I could make a note now, like that he does that or whatever, but maybe next time he does something else. I don't have like I've got, there's some clear timing tells here. It could genuinely that he's thinking about it. I don't let it influence my play. I think if you don't let it do that, that's like a pretty decent option, unless you have like very clear, like it's weaker or stronger or something like that. That's kind of weird. Like it's kind of a weird thing. Where now you need to time balance it somehow if you want to do that. Right, like it's just a bit weird. Like, and I'm not. I don't think I would be. Playing, like I'm not going to be making any different decisions. I think I'm going to block bet here. And call the raise if he raises. Actually need to focus on getting some more tables because I'm not too tabling. So sad. That's a bit too thin. No way, you can see that hand. It's also stupid. Forget that sometimes you can see hands. Like I could show four tables, but it would be a bit harder for me to comment on a bunch of different spots. Yeah, that's a reasonable idea. I think people would be a bit too scared to over tank with the medium hand. Also, like what kind of medium hands does he have? Like what does he say that he has, like ace king or something like that? Like all other hands are somewhat clear to defend there, I think. Like if you've got the pocket pair, you're probably defending because either you've got a boat or you got an overpair, or you've got a pair plus straight draw. I don't know, but I don't have like a massively strong opinion there. To be honest, the only thing I feel like it's like a kind of a waste of everyone's time if you time banking there, because I don't think. Sometimes you're going to have maybe something like ace king that wants to think for a bit, and I was like, should I call here, should I fold or whatever, but. Balancing your timings is good, right? I'm not saying you shouldn't really be balancing your timings. What I think is not good is time making for 3 timing cards. Like that doesn't make any sense. We got inside check raised here, so let's turn straight. Yeah, I will. The 8-5 suited on Jack 7-3 rainbow. Did you consider check raise? Yeah, or check call. I think, but I think it's like we are going to have so many gut shots on a texture like that. If we're going to basically check raise or check call those hands, then we're going to be fucked because we just have too many. Let me do the I'm so good. Yeah. So we're two tabling right now. Going smaller here. Looks like a nice check raising hand. Yeah, it is. The hand class is nice, but you're probably going to use something like for once you've got a lot of gut shots there, right? So 4-5, 8-9, 10-9. And then you're probably going to prefer beyond that stuff like 8-6, Queen 10, those types of hands. I think I'm just check folding here, it's kind of gross, but probably okay. So I was thinking about the same thing as you were. I just concluded that 8-5 would be too weak in that formation to go for the check raise. In any formation, probably. If you're on like Queen 7 deuce, then you'd get closer to it. But still probably, like then you can probably call, maybe raise sometimes, but yeah, it's still close then. So the idea is good. It's just that I think right now that you oversimplified it a bit. Where like, okay, we have back to straight draw plus back to flush draw, but like we're going to have a ton of like offsuited 10-9, 8-9. And then we're going to have stuff like Queen 10, but probably wants to do it more because Queen 10, like 8-5, if you check raise, you're very seldomly going to be value betting the river, if that makes sense. Like let's say we check raise the flop, turn is like a brick, and we whiff, we are never going to value bet the river. Unless like very specific things happen, you're not going to value bet the river, if that makes sense. However, if you've got Queen 10, then you can always like spike a queen, and then suddenly you've got like pretty decent value betting hand. So yeah. Do you rejoin tables when you left and have to join with a bigger stack now? Oh yeah, I don't mind that. Like that's fine. Like the only thing I'm really considering is like, am I going to be winning or not losing heaps? I guess. When we squeeze, we go pretty linear from the big blind. So I think on a texture like this, where pre-flop ranges are still kind of pre-flop ranges, if that makes sense. Let's say the flop is like deuce, deuce, deuce. Then I think we just bet range. The more the pre-flop ranges are still pre-flop ranges, I think the more we are likely to bet our entire range in a spot like that. I'm going to call here on the turn. It's time banking again. But I think it's the same dude. So he does think about his spots quite a bit. Maybe just thinking. I think that the king's end, like maybe it's just like balancing is the fact that he's thinking a lot on a lot of other spots as well. And who knows, right? Getting insta 4-bet, it's not super appealing, but when he chooses this sizing, let's see, how many tables is this dude playing? Probably recreational, but I'm not sure what kind of recreational and if he's playing multiple tables. That could help us make a decision a little bit here. Yeah. Not super thrilled when a player like this 4-bets. So I'm not sure what this, like usually it's like Queen's plus and Ace King or something like that. Sometimes there's going to be something random in there, kind of depending on what kind of recreational it is. So there's that. Thanks for the explanation. I probably always check raise, but I think it's a really good, like if you're playing 25 and no Russian cash, just go for it, right? Like there's, that also is something I didn't consider as much, or they didn't explain as much. If you're playing versus a weaker opponent that is going to bet small and fold first check raise too much, just put it in there. Like no one gives a fuck whether it should be in there or not. The thing that you should care about most is just the amount of money that you've got after, I don't know, playing 100k hands. So yeah, like nothing wrong with putting it into check raise and wishing your opponent good luck defending there. And overall, I think you should be check raising too often on lower stakes. I can't remember if this was actually a very decent player or not, but let's say it's like some of the regs that I've got respect for in this game, then I don't want to over check raise too much because I don't think they're going to overfold versus me specifically too much. So yeah. I'm just worried that I will get messaged for bomb hunting. Could be. Like I'm not trying to be hyper. How should I say this? Like I'm not bomb hunting extraordinaire, right? Like I'm just trying to play somewhat reasonable strategies when it comes to that. I sometimes play a little bit longer when the recreational leaves or whatever. Sometimes I'm open sitting at the table. Half-pot is quite a large sizing for a texture like this, because he has a massive range advantage. So what he wants to do, I think, it's probably not a big mistake, but I think what he wants to do here is give me a tough time when I'm sitting here with like pocket sevens. Now I don't really have that. I don't think we lead here because he just has a bunch better aces. So it's interesting for him to choose the half-pot sizing on the flop, when it could pick any size and do fine, right? We're going to call here. I don't see a reason to raise with my hand. Well, they probably could sometimes, I guess, but I'm going to fold the river, 3 bets. I think people are not inclined to bluff this as often as they probably should, because you feel like, okay, this guy has trips, I don't want to try to make this guy fold trips. But yeah. We are more or less break even right now, which on GG means you're winning. Would have preferred to be actual winning, but yeah, what can you do? Yeah, I should definitely note that. I should definitely be noting more. I'm not noting anything right now. Let me actually make a note now. This is such an interesting spot as well. Going to check it. I will check shove here, I think. Yeah, okay. This is not ideal. I actually would have preferred to see a smaller bet here, but now we're just going to rip it in, I guess. Not super happy about it, but yeah. But definitely worth noting that, and I should be taking more notes overall. Like part of it, I'm not doing it is because I'm already talking and like trying to get tables running, talking, answering questions, stuff like that is relatively tough. Intuitively, I feel like this guy's 4-betting quite a bit, so I'm just going to 3-betting quite a bit, so I'm going to 4-bet, but I have no idea if that's actually correct here. I know that this is probably fine 4-bet. I'm not saying that it's not, but I'm not sure if I am correct there in saying that he's going to 4-bet quite a bit there, 3-bet quite a bit there for that sizing. Let me leave. Oh yeah, okay. But yeah, I should definitely be making more notes. There were plenty of spots where I missed some note-taking opportunity. For instance, the tank call by the other dudes, like the dude from the UK, is something that is noteworthy as well. Like he time banked quite deep and then this dude it was, or did I win? That doesn't mean that I'm not going. For instance, like I make a note now, like time banked 4 cards but not in position. Like on the other hand, slight chance he's watching the stream right now, right? That's also something I'm thinking. Like, what if I make a note here and then he's going to do the opposite next time, right? Because he's seeing what I can see. So that's also a reason why I'm not taking as many notes. I think for the recreational, it makes sense to do, or possible recreational, but something to take into consideration. like I don't want to overestimate like how many players that I'm playing with are watching now, but maybe some, right? Who knows? So I don't want to put too much weight into the notes I'm making either, so it's kind of weird. How much are you overfolding after getting check raised from one of the nitty racks with 7, 11 check raise and raise stats? I'd say range bet. I say range bet. Yeah, probably. Default some pure calls already, probably. Like if they have like a check raise of 7, like you'd want to, like that's really hard. It's really hard to get to a check raise of 7 or check raise and raise. Okay, that's a bit different, I guess. But like I would probably overfold a fair bit there. I could live with myself overfolding for some pure folds. Not. Not like the, I don't know, no 5 out pairs, but there would be some. I don't think I would fold 5 out pairs, but even like on actually on ace 9-4, maybe I would already start folding 5 out pairs. It's hard to say that because like there's a difference between 4 and 7 and 11. Again, 7 is really low. Okay, we'll bet here. Check here. It's kind of cool. Like it will take me forever to finish this challenge. Like it kind of depends on how many tables I will be playing, but like it will be between, I don't know, 3 and 6 usually, because I don't want to play too many tables when I'm also streaming, and I'm going to stream the entire thing. So yeah, that will be it will take me a reasonable amount of time, but at some point I will have like a new enhanced plate, and I have like a reasonable idea of what my win rate will be in these games. Very easy call here. I think I actually need to raise this, to be honest. But, I'm not sure, but I think we just call. Like I can always, I'm not going to struggle to find raises, I think. I can find a ton of like 4 or 5 of clubs, king 10 of diamonds type hands, like we'll have plenty of backdoors. I rolled high, I'm just going to bet this. No. No, we'll check the river. I've got like a little bit of showdown value here, versus like, I don't know, like ace, whatever, of diamonds. Very little though. Yeah. Let's say it's like ace king of diamonds, you might check all the turn. Then I will not showdown still, so I don't need to bluff that, if that makes sense. So I wouldn't be overbluffing the turn necessarily, I think, in that spot. Versus seems pretty decent regular. Also, I think people expect me to overbluff in a lot of spots. Good luck with your challenge. I would join the chat sometimes. I appreciate that. It's always nice to, like, it's a very solitary, wouldn't call it a job, but like or profession or whatever, but like it's a very solitary activity. So like it's kind of nice to play and talk to you guys a little bit, answer some questions if I can. I'll check here. I'm actually a little bit thirsty, so I'll grab some water in a second. Take room to grab some water real quick. Cool. Cool. We've got more than 100 people watching right now, which is kind of insane. I always thought I would feel a lot more stressed when I'm playing and streaming, but it's actually not that bad. We get squeezed here. We're going to probably go quite large, I think. Time bank a bit and then go quite large, expecting him not to fold too often. Like, I probably don't want to go too large though, but like 26. And here we're going to bet small. I actually want to bet. Yeah, actually this is probably reasonable. Time bank a little bit. And be like, oh, what do we do with ace king here, guys? Fuck, this is so annoying. I always miss the flop. Do I bet here with my ace king? I don't know. It's so annoying. Oh my god. This is so gross. I'm going to call and cool down, but especially with a spade in my hands. Get a quick call there. Okay. I feel like this is air so very often though. This is such a weird spot. It is SPR. I just randomly like bet 3 big blinds because I thought it would spew against it. If I bet like small here and he calls me with jacks or something like that, that would feel gross. I don't think he has jacks there. He's not insta calling jacks there. If he's insta calling jacks here and ace jack, okay, I can live with this. I think I squeezed out. Maybe who knows if it's the max, right? Maybe he would have called a shove. Would he have called a shove? Probably. Possibly. Oh fuck, I completely missed the fact that there was someone else in this spot here. Let me show you what happened on the turn. Also kind of missed what happened on the turn. I thought it was heads up. Okay, this guy goes all in relatively small. I was like, oh, I guess I gotta call that. Let me just check down. Lines, queen 10. Ah! Okay. Do you see any 50 big blind pros at your tables often? No, rarely. That's not to say that there couldn't be EV in it. People are creatures of habit. Like there's one guy that, like especially at higher stakes, plays shorter stakes sometimes. I think he was a tournament pro and then went like cash game player and is a streamer as well. When I say streamer as well, I mean like he's streaming outside of just playing, not like I'm a streamer too and he's a streamer. I don't really see myself as a streamer, but that's just like a random thought that I had. For some reason I wanted to make it clear. What's his name? His name is Paris Dedes, something like that. Let's see if he's playing today. Paris Dedes, something along those lines. Sometimes he's at Russian Cash. But he doesn't play 50 big blinds, he usually plays 20 big blinds if he's sitting at a higher stakes table. And there's like one recreational sitting with 20 big blinds, he sits with 20 big blinds as well, stuff like that. But not really actually 50 big blinds players. To be fair, like I was like thinking randomly about something someone said like 2 hours ago. I do that sometimes, but I guess we just check and give up. Normally I'd bet, but this guy's calling a lot and like didn't think he would fold pocket fives or whatever. Anyway, someone said like that he wanted to quit poker earlier, just wanted to know regular. And it's like, I kind of feel like I should be quitting poker. So I was thinking about that for a second and I thought a couple of things. So like I was really, really happy when I was teaching. In some aspects it was like the happiest time of my life. Because everything was super clear, right? Like I'm typically not very good when there's no guardrails. I've gotten a lot better at it over the years, but especially when I was younger, if I didn't need to be anywhere at any time, I would be not waking up. Would be waking up at like 1 p.m. This is an interesting spot. I 3-bet here. I think this is low enough that I can still bet at a reasonable frequency, and I want to bet this, check back something like ace, king, ace, queen of spades, but it's a bit close. So, like, needing to be somewhere reasonably often was kind of nice. I mean, actually, it should have like a reasonable amount of ace, queen. So I think I'm going to check this back. That's a good river. So tempting to bet really large. Bet decising with a bunch of aces myself as well. But yeah, anyway, like at the really happy time in my life, being a teacher, like you'd have weekend always, like you didn't really need to work. Like you got like, and then as you get like 12 weeks off or something like that as a teacher, sure you need to come back sometimes during those 12 weeks. So it's not actually 12 weeks off; it's a little bit less. I think it's like 10.6 or whatever. But okay, anyway, it doesn't really matter. Like I wouldn't stress about money at all. I would be like, okay, I've got like I'm going to have an income for the rest of my life if I keep working, which I like doing. Life is relatively easy right now, right? Like I can just keep on working, spend a bunch of it, save some. I will have everything that I want in life, if that makes sense. I could be so like, I guess like what I was thinking was like, there's something like really, really chill about having a job too. Sure, it can be somewhat of a grind, but if you do something that you really like, then you don't need to be focused on retiring. If it's fulfilling and stuff like that, you like don't really need to think about retirement or like, do I have enough money if poker dies or all that kind of stuff. No, you just like grind and you're going to make money and spend it and have fun. But I don't know. For me personally, I think it's still, I'm a much better employee than I'm an employer. Not that I'm like not taking care of the people that I employ or whatever that I'm working with, but more so I'm not okay, I'll make sure that it's fixed. Sorry, I couldn't. Sorry, like I'm trying to do a couple things at once. I'm not really good at that. I hope I get better over time. Let me make sure that the audio for, let me turn this up a bunch and then this down, I guess. Audio output. Is it like this? Yeah, I think it is. Okay, we'll fold here, sorry. Get something like this. Okay. Maybe I turn it off altogether. Turn it down a little bit. Okay. But anyway, there's something like really, really chill about like just doing work that is helping people. I'm just going to raise immediately. Annoying turn when I just try that emoji. If he pots it or whatever, I'm just going to fold, I think. Ugh. I think I'm just going to give up, to be honest. This... like the insta-call as well feels like... I'm going to get a river bet too often as well. I'm showing this not because I want to show him, like, but I kind of want to see if he shows stuff. Sometimes they do that because you show. Anyway, have you been playing 3 hours already? Yeah. Let me continue my ramble on like how good life was when I was working. That's one thing, right? Like life as an employee can be actually pretty chill. Like everyone's always shitting at it. Like, hey, you need to be an entrepreneur. You need to make like 10k a month in order to be. No, like I was really happy making like at the time like 2k a month or something like that. That's like, yeah. I didn't need as much. I had more than I needed. I could go have dinner every week or whatever. This was like 6 years ago, so before the massive inflation. But like, yeah, things were good. My wife was working, I was working. We were together, just the two of us. I had enough money to comfortably live. Am I just going to bluff here now? No. The other side of it is that I feel like poker right now, also, even though you can still make very good money, there's also some downsides to it. The main ones being you get into like, if you're not in like the right country, it can get really bleak with like having to bum hunt or like use seeding scripts or facing a lot of bots, like stuff like that does play a role. Interesting spot. I think he should be leading quite often here. Like he's going to 3-bet 7s, 8s, and 9s, and then call them against 4-bets, whereas I'm not really 4-betting those, so... Got kings on another table, which I'm going to shove, I think. Oh no, wait, no more is. Oh wait, actually, yeah, actually, doing this. Somewhat of a gross spot, but he could have queens here. So we're just going to call and call down. This could be 9s, this could be 8s, this could be 7s, this could be 10s, this could be queens, this could be jacks. Okay. Hi Patrick, been thinking about something you said. Report odds for call multi-way are outweighed by the fact your equity split 3-4 times. Is that ever counteracted by so many people calling that the pot odds just get crazy good? I don't think so. Like I'll be honest, like if I had to give you an answer, I would say no, but am I 100% sure that there isn't any hands that would want to now call? Like I think mostly no, because you're like if you, let's say you have, I kind of want to stress test this now. You can do that in like looking at some pre-flop ranges in GTO Wizard, but I think like the problem is like let's say you're like one way you could do that is like you could make it extremely large. So let's say you're playing a 100 no limit hold'em game, like not 100 player no limit hold'em game. So it's 100 max. Everyone under the gun min opens, everyone else calls. Do you call on the big blind getting 1 million to 1. Or sorry, 1 million, like not like 102 to 1 or something like that. 104 to 1. Do you just call your entire range at that point then? Intuitively feels like no, because you're still facing 100 players. But I'm not entirely sure if that's true. Like, I'm not entirely sure. Unfortunately, I can't like go into like once we wrap up here, I'll go into a sim and then I'll try to figure out if that's something that actually happens. So it's noteworthy that he quickly calls here, which means I would be bluffing a lot more. He insta calls, which I don't think too many 10x is doing. Very clear timing tell. And usually, like okay, so let's say we've got like let's say the cutoff point in this random example would be 7-3 suited, right? Normally, like under the gun, or like no wait, let's say 7-5 suited. Under the gun opens 100 max game. Under the gun opens, we are in the big blind, and 7-5 suited is for whatever reason here. Like, let's just assume that that is true. Now let's say everyone calls, then suddenly we are going to be dominated pretty much everywhere, right? Like if we flop a pair, it's not going to be good. Most likely, because someone else will have a pair with a higher kicker. If we make a flush, we're not going to be good. The only thing that you're going to be really happy with is if you, in a 100 max game, if you flop a straight or something like that. So I guess like if you've got enough people joining, then maybe you can get there, but I'm not entirely sure if that's even true. Like now, even if you got like 1 million max game, it's an interesting question. I'm thinking about it. If you have like 1 million max game, then even then I don't think you wouldn't want to do that, or even then like then you wouldn't want to do it either, because you're just dominated, or someone will have the best same hand, or you'll flop a straight, and then if you don't have the nuts on the turn, I don't know. Intuitively feels like no, but I could be wrong. Basically, I checked. Like basically, I the reason why I mentioned it at the time was because I was playing 2550, reviewed the session at 2550 a couple years ago, and I had 4-5, and I had the situation where someone opened call, and I had 4-5, and I was like 4-5 offsuit, and I was like, okay, I think this, because I like now I've got better price, I should be calling, and it was still indifferent, if I remember correctly, but calling at a lower frequency, basically your calling range becomes smaller and smaller and smaller, even though the odds get better. That's what I took away from that, but this is like years ago, so I can't really. My intuitively, the thing that I want to do now is like, let's see, what time is it? Is close the session and then check whether that, if we've got open some 9max ranges, whether that would be the case, but I'm not sure. Someone said, "Are you really going to be playing 500 now for that long?" I said, "This is just clickbait." In our group coaching chat. I'm not sure if you're watching right now, my dear student, but I'm probably going to be playing 500 now for this long. Like, am I going to give you 100% guarantee that I will finish this? I don't know. Like, I don't have a good history when it comes to that, but I think so. Like right now, I think I'm going to be playing this many hands of 500 now. We will see. I'm going to check here. hope to hit a king or queen. It will take me forever though. Like I'm just going to stream and win some money at the same time, and don't have to worry too much about Jesus, dry throat. About the fact that I'm getting less rake back. Because one thing that, like the lower rake back will have more of an impact, relatively speaking, on the win rate at higher stakes than it does at lower stakes. So, let's say like the average rake is losing 1.5 big blinds. Let's say I'm losing 0.5 big blinds. I'm just 1 big blind better than the average rake. Okay. I'm going to show you, wait, let me, bear with me. So, okay. So, let's say we are in the Netherlands and we get everything combined, like the jackpots and everything, you get back 40% rake back, which is optimistic but doable, I think. And let's say you're 1 big blind better than the average rake at your stake. Again, the average rake is losing 1.5, 1.7 big blinds per 100 hands. Let's say, I'm just going to say, I'm 1 big blind better than that. I still get my 40% rake back. Then these are going to be my win rates. Now let's say we do the same thing, but all rake back combined. In Andorra, I got like 55%. So, okay. So you can see like already low win rate at 2K. Now drops down to negligible. Let me see, okay, tighter player, I'm going to fold. At 200 Russian cash, I still got a somewhat decent win rate here, but like 1.5 big blinds lower, but yeah, still somewhat decent. Here, the 1.5 big blinds, it will take me millions of hands to find out where I'm winning. Now watch what happens when we are actually the average regular. I should actually make this 0.7. Or we are better regular, but we play at the worst times. Or we don't table select as much. Whatever, right? Then suddenly, like with 40% rake back, I would, in this Russian cash scenario here, I would still be winning somewhat. Like here, but you just don't win at all. Because there's a, yeah, like who is going to play for half a big blind per 100 hands? Like that's, you need 10 million hands in order to, you're never going to be playing enough hands for you to know whether you're a winning player or not, which is something that's really tough to deal with as well. So let's say I'm playing 500 and now, right now. I don't think I'm this, but let's say that it would be. Who knows, right? Then I've got 3 times as high of a win rate as I would when I played 2K. If I'm the average regular. I guess like slightly better than the average regular. So yeah, this is also one of the reasons why 500 NL or lower stakes feels a bit more appealing. Because like my actual, if this is the scenario, then my actual hourly is not going to be that different. Like, right? Anyway. So that's one of the reasons why 500 now is pretty appealing when you're playing in a pretty low win rate environment, low rakeback environment, high rake environment like I am right now. Like, okay, well I know I'm going to be winning some. Also, like imagine the swings that you'd get, because this is with jackpots as well, right? This is assuming I'm getting my fair share of jackpots. Maybe I'm better than the average 2K now regular, or at least like with table selecting, I'm getting a slightly higher win rate. Who knows? But yeah, I don't know. I don't want to go through like 100 buy-in swings at 2K just to find out whether I'm just winning or just losing. Like it doesn't make too much sense to me. Also, another reason to play 500 now is there's always tables running, whereas at 1020 sometimes there's just 2 tables running. And then streaming is a bit annoying. So in a lot of ways it's quite an appealing challenge. Okay, I'm making a reasonable amount of money. Let's say more or less the same as I would when I was playing 2K with the environment that I'm in. Let's just play and have some fun and never really lose a lot. And I felt like at a certain point, like 100 players, you start getting direct odds to head 2-pair or trips or something strong with almost anything. Yes, but that like 2-pair wouldn't be 2-pair, right? Like, let's say you flop 2-pair. Now you're playing against 100 players. What are you going to do? What are the chances of someone else flopping a better hand if you're with 100 players, right? Let's say you check raise for whatever reason. You're like, okay, I'm going to check raise my top 2-pair. You get 3 bets. Is someone going to 3-bet with 1 pair, 100 players? Okay, kind of gross, right? So, let's say you check call, turn brings in a straight. Now your 2-pair is pretty worthless because someone has a straight out of the 100 people, right? So, I guess that's the real problem that you have. That's why I wanted to give you the example with 7-5. I can't see the Excel sheet. Oh, sorry. Like, that's stupid. I thought... Oh, yeah, wait. Give me a second. That was so stupid. We'll call there. Okay. Let's see. Is this one? Yeah, okay. We will call... I'm going to call the turn as well, I think. Let me just call the turn and then show you. That's how you win at poker. Hopefully, if he doesn't have aces or kings. If he shoves now, and that would be gross. That's half, I think. Oh, do we shove? Man, do we shove? Do we just shove here? Like, half doesn't really feel like kings. Oh, it's such a gross spot to be in. I'm Going to shove, I think. That's gross. If he snap calls with kings. Queen jack. Boom. Nice. I timed down, like if he snapped, I was like, fuck, that's annoying. Okay. This was the thing that I wanted to show you. I'll show it again. Quickly explain. That's good, that's good. Rake, win rate. This is the win rate, slightly better than the average regular. I'm playing at the worst times. That will be one big blind lower. So if I get like a slightly better win rate than the average regular, that's probably good, right? Can I just leave this table? Yeah, I can, okay. In this rake environment, like this is the rake back that I'm getting in the Netherlands. This is what I was getting in Andorra. And then look at the difference. But specifically between, like, let's say 500 and 0. Like, I'm actually better off playing 1k if this is the reality than playing 2k. Because I'm getting more than double the win rate. 500 and 0. If this is the reality that I'm in, getting all the jackpots, I'm winning 1.7 big blinds per 100 hands. Whoa. Doesn't seem too appealing. Let me try to win actually pre-rake back. I think it's possible. Who knows? I feel like it is if I table select a little bit and like have a pretty decent skill advantage. So that's something to take into consideration. But at 1020, I wouldn't really feel like that would be an option during the day. I think I would just have to sometimes battle in order to get a seat. And if I'm just going to call, I should be raising there, I think, but I can't. Yeah. So like I would need to battle a little bit. Let's say that this is the absolute best win rate that I can get to during the day, which is already like it's pretty tough to get to a win rate of minus 1.5 during the day, I think. But like we've got some players that have done okay. But okay, let's say that I would. With my rake back, like with this rake back, it's already kind of bleak. But maybe you can convince yourself you're actually at minus 0.5 and you're like winning 2 big blinds, 100 hands. Okay. You're okay with that. So you're anywhere between, I don't know, 0.5 and sorry, 1.25 and 2.25 or something like that. Maybe a little bit more if you're actually really, really good. I guess worth trying out. Here it feels like not really. So I guess what I wanted to show is that the impact of the lower rakeback is especially hard when you're playing during the day. And the win rates are going to be lower than the average win rates. And at higher stakes, you'll have like a bigger problem. Because obviously this is still, in absolute sense, a bigger downturn. But it's, here this is 40%, the win rate at 2k, where I am right now is 40% of the win rate at 2k when I was in Andorra. Like that's a lot, right? Anyway. Now you can see this table now. This is a very tight formation, so like I've got undercards to the board. I've got back the shadow perspective flush, but it's actually not that good here, I think. I raised a bit too large here. Let me go back. You can't see me now even. Like, let me go back to... Which one was it? Fuck, I always forget which one it is. Is it this? Yeah, okay. Scene 3. Anyway, so that's kind of the thoughts that I was having. Like, am I going to be playing a million hands at 2-5? Who knows? Like, but I'm probably going to do this like 20 hours a week or something like that. And I want to be like really honest about that too. I probably wouldn't do it if I didn't have any additional benefits. Like right now, some guy out there might watch this and be like, "Hey, I want to get coached by this dude." It's like, I like his thought process. So it's like a very low friction way for me to do some sort of marketing without actually doing marketing. Is it the most effective marketing machine or whatever? Probably not, but I would, yeah, I'm this is something I don't hate doing. So I'm just going to do this. This is a lot more fun to me than making some sort of a newsletter where I'm really trying to maximize the retention of like, I don't really want to do that.
Nee, wacht meiden. Je mag niet naar boven klimmen. Dan kan je er wat vallen, dus dat wil ik niet.
Like I don't think there's a there is a what was I going to say? Sorry, I was reading something in. Completely lost my trail of thought there. Yeah, so I think there's like a non-0% chance that I'm going to be teaching in a couple of years. Like I'm going to be a college professor or whatever, or do something completely different with my life. That is a reasonable option as well. I always have poker in my life, I think. I'm not, but like I wouldn't say that there's like a 0% chance. So we'll see. Maybe I'll combine teaching with playing a little bit poker, coaching a little bit poker. I don't know. Let's go back to that ace queen hand real quick. Pretty cool hand. I was timing down a little bit. I didn't want to pay a big blind because my win rate is somewhere kind of low from the Netherlands. I was like, am I going to shove here? But then I thought, like, for recreational, I probably should. Then he snapped. I was kind of annoyed. Like, fuck. Jesus Christ. This guy's been raising and doing a lot of stuff, betting quite often. I'm not sure. Like maybe I'm just he's running good against me. I think I just want to bet now. The fuck did happen there? Wow. How does that go in? Oof. Yuck. I'm getting direct odds, right? 4-1, which is exactly what I need for my flush draw here. I'm just going to call and we'll see. I'll give him credit for the double check raise, I guess. Let's see, I'm going to check how many tables he's playing. 8-1. Where are you? Why isn't he in here? Oh, 5-10, 2-5. Right, yeah, it seems okay. I'm just gotta go with what I can see here. I can see that he's playing weak passive, 32-11 with an 8% 3-bet, and he chooses a double check raise. Like, it's always easier for people to be creative with value than it is with random air, especially if they don't really show a tendency to be creative. Like if he has this VPIP, right? Like the guy at the top left here. Like, okay, then still it's going to be kind of an underbluff line, but he's completely crazy, so who the fuck knows? Yeah. But now we're up, I think. We are up a fair bit, if I had to guess. Yeah, like probably 3 buy-ins up or something like that. It's always a good start. I appreciate the kind words. CNC Medic. So one, like, it's a cool environment to be in, to be honest, because usually when I'm talking to someone that I don't really know in poker, I do that with someone like that I'm starting to coach. And so he will know who I am, but I don't know who he is. Here you get into situations sometimes where someone doesn't know who I am, and I don't know who they are. So, and then it's relatively easy to sometimes be this is close actually. I'm going to fold again. I'm going to call here, I think, and just try to flop something and then check raise. So sometimes you're getting someone that's like, oh, you're like, I don't know, like I had someone today that said something really weird. I was like, okay. I said something like, I'm better than you. So okay, dude. Like, sure, that's like not really bad, to be honest. I'm going to raise here immediately now, I think. Just get it in. Sometimes you're getting someone that like critiquing your play, or that is going to immediately assume that you're a grifter that's just like playing and doesn't know what he's doing but wants to sell something, which I understand, right? There's a lot of grifters in this space, so it is something that you should be aware of. That's not to say that I see myself as like a crusher or whatever. Like I'm pretty sure I'm able to beat any. Like if I would play a million hands at 10-20, I could produce a winning sample as well. So like, I don't want to be humble to the point where it doesn't really make sense. But yeah, like it's a kind of a weird to be exposed to poker fans that don't really know me sometimes here. Yeah, it's hard to explain. Not even sure what I'm saying right now. But like, I feel like sometimes it's kind of weird to. I guess like some, especially in the YouTube comments of like videos, especially YouTube Shorts, it was like really bad. And I would be making a play that would be non-standard, and then someone would be like, "Oh, this is so horrible. You're selling coaching like this. That's be aware this guy's a scammer or whatever." Right? Am I randomly playing 5-10? No, okay, I'm not. I'm just accidentally opening 5-10 table. I'd be like, dude, like I've been open about my winnings and losses like in my blog for years. Like 2019 I started the blog or something like that. So it's like 7 years or something like that. You could literally read it right now. You'd be like, okay, you're struggling there, he's winning there. Yeah, like I've been relatively, but if you, like, it's very reasonable for someone not to have read that, right? And if you encounter me on YouTube, then there's a chance that you haven't read it because you're just randomly encountering me on YouTube. So yeah, whereas if someone gets coaching, then they have read it because they're like, hey, wait, otherwise they wouldn't get coaching probably by me. Anyway, like I'm rambling a little bit, but that is to say, thanks for the kind words, I appreciate it. I'm probably going to keep doing this till infinity. Or like at least for the time being. Let's be humble. We will call here. Interesting spot. Sorry, I'm not sure if I should be calling here. 7-9, yeah, I think we should be calling. It's close. Like we have a double backdoor. And yeah, on the turn we could raise potentially. We'd also just call. I guess it doesn't really matter too much. I just saw this guy call relatively wide, so I'm not even. I wouldn't probably bluff raise this anyway, but I'm definitely not going to bluff raise now. Going to cheat a bit and bet large. So guess what's happening there? Probably going to wrap up soon. Take like an early weekend. Because I'm not going to be working tomorrow, so. Again, appreciate for your kind words. You're making me blush a little bit. I think we call here. Wait, let me show you. This is a heads up spot. It's kind of weird spot to be in. Wait, where are we? Okay, here. Yeah. I remember someone has a fanboy. I'm more than happy to have fanboys, right? I don't mind at all. But I remember the first time when someone like said like I'm a big fan of your videos. It's such a surreal like experience. I remember showing my wife. I was like, hey, this is look at what I'm doing. This is great. Yeah, it's kind of weird how that went, how that all went. Like the weird thing is, I think I was playing poker when I was like 18, 19, 20 years old, up till when I was like 23 or something like that, and then I went back to college and didn't really focus on poker as much anymore. But basically, I was a field low stakes player for quite some time. Like from my 15th to my 25th or something like that, let's say 25th, I had dropped out of high school twice, which is like a tough thing to do, especially in the Netherlands. Like you need to be fucking up real bad in order to do that. And then I've worked in a factory, I've worked in a aquarium, not like in the aquarium, but like the like a local aquarium. I worked in bars. I worked in telemarketing. Like I've basically done everything. Every low-paying job that I could find, I did. But also like usually for a couple months, and then I wouldn't really succeed, or like I would be like, I don't want to do this with my life, which no one wants to do telemarketing with their life, I guess. But I guess different thing. Very few people like have a very big passion for that, but I would basically always fail at a lot of things. So it's kind of weird. When I met my wife, I didn't have a bet. It's just kind of a weird thing, but like we met at the first year of teachers college. I didn't own a bike, which is in a lot of countries not that bad, but in the Netherlands it's kind of weird. I didn't own a bed. I didn't own a desk. So I would be on the mattress on the floor, and then I would have like this flat screen TV that I bought on a payment plan. And that was my bedroom, right? So yeah, I'm going to check down there and expect to do some of that. Okay. So yeah. When I was like, let's say like last week, I was not feeling too happy. I felt like kind of frustrated with where I was, and like we all do feel sometimes. I try to remind myself of that fact that I was like actually in a very shitty place. And if God would present himself to me and he'd be like, dude, you've been feeling really bad. Do you want to like go back 10 years in time and just start over? Not with the current knowledge, but just like be back to where you was at like 20 years old. I'd be like, fuck no, please let me stay here. I'll cherish it more, I guess. I'll be happy. Please don't send me back. So yeah. I guess that's one of the reasons why I also sometimes have that imposter syndrome, is because I was without like, I don't want to like exaggerate too much or like, make it some sort of sob story, because I don't know, I'm happy with where I am right now, obviously, and like don't need to downplay or whatever. Anyway, I was like a kind of shitty place. Like like I said, when I met my wife in teachers college, back then not even my girlfriend, I didn't have a bed, I didn't have a desk. I would do my homework, like the essays and whatnot in teachers college on a laptop, an old laptop that wouldn't work if I didn't have the cord wrapped around it in a specific way so that it would still connect. This is like, fuck, this brings me back with some memories. If I didn't wrap around it like very strict, then I'm going to delete here. Then I would like it would lose connection and then it would turn off immediately because the battery was dead and the connecting like the connecting connector port didn't work properly. Anyway, it's kind of a shitty place, and I would smoke cigarettes like a lot. Like if I had money, I would be smoking cigarettes. So it's kind of weird how it all went. And also, I guess not too weird that I sometimes feel like an imposter when there was like a very long period of my life when I was actually a loser. Not like if you're in that situation right now, I don't like mean to shit on you, or like not even mean to shit on myself when I was back then, but like objectively I was failing at most aspects in life. So, and that was happening for 10 years straight or something like that. I would start something, I would get a job and fail, and then I would try to get back to school and I would fail, and then I would do something else and I would fail. But basically that was how it was. So so we're going to go in a different direction. Anyway, like I don't want to make it too much of a sad story. I'm really happy right now, and I'm really happy with how far I've come. So it's possible to turn on the closed captions. I'd love to understand the commentary more clearly. Sure, but how do I do that though? Like, let me try to see if I can do that in stream settings. I'm not sure how I do that. Oh yeah, okay. Select language, English, I guess. English, I'm going to say United Kingdom. I have no fucking idea what my English. Caption, the content has never aired on television. What was this? Caption certification, the content has never aired on television. Okay. This is harder than I imagined it would be. I'm going to bet here, I think, oh wait, you can see I went bet full bet turn, and we just said that we saw him call light. So I think I'm just going to bet. Can I call a private number? Do I take this?
Goedendag, dit is een automatisch gesprek van de beveiligingsafdeling van Google. We hebben een
Scam. Title description, okay, English. I'm going to try to turn it on. Let me know if it works in a second. Not done yet. I think this should work. Sorry about that. Cool. I think I turned it on. Let me know if I did. Nowadays, most players want to sell coaching or some type of course, even if they say no is always the end goal, because they don't make a decent living anymore. I think like there's a lot of players like that. I think for me specifically, the annoying thing is I can't live anywhere. So like I'll be completely honest with you, like I don't see realistic. Like there's two things. One, already got a very profitable company, right? So I don't need to start from scratch. Kind of organically, I built a very profitable company. So I've got an incentive to like stream and make videos and do marketing and that kind of stuff. More so than the average coach, I would say. I don't really like doing it, but okay. Because you very quickly feel like a grifter. So that's one thing. And then the other thing is, I moved from Andorra to the Netherlands. For a very long time, I've played like at the most. Like there were times where I woke up at 2:30 at night to get into the best games. And obviously not consistently. Sometimes like I had a baby back then, so like sometimes I would wake up at 5, but I would try to wake up really early to get into the right games. Now I don't want to do that anymore. I don't think any additional amount of money is going to be worth that much for me to want to do that. It was back in the day, obviously, when you're still building stuff, but now I feel like, okay, if I've got, let's say that would generate me $500,000 or $1 million over 5 years, more than I would make now. Let's say somewhere in the ballpark, $500,000 to $1 million. But I would not be able to have breakfast with my kids in the 5 years where they're really young. I don't want that. That seems like not something I'd want. So, but yeah, like there's definitely like true grifters out there. Like I know of coaches. I don't want to make this too negative but like I know of coaches that are claiming to beat games that they're not. For instance, like that. Yeah. Anyway. Yeah. That's just the way it is, unfortunately. For me personally, I think I could still make a decent living just playing poker. But the reality is that I don't want to play at night. I don't want to play after dinner. I want to hang out with my wife. I haven't done that for a couple of years because I was going to bed really early alongside my daughters. And before that, like just on my own, I would be going to bed at like 7 p.m. I've done that for years, so I don't want that anymore. The games in the Netherlands, I couldn't mix a bunch of sites. I can't play on WPN, I can't play on Koi Poker, I can't play on WPT Global, I can't play on like all these different sites I can play on. On GG I've got lower win rate because lower rakeback. So for me personally, it kind of makes sense to focus less on making the most out of my poker career rather than like focus on like through the CFP. Obviously I know a lot of people. I get some feedback from this guy and that guy, and like, or like you see someone else post experiences with someone, like okay. Yeah, you can basically cut out the bullshit and you quickly recognize who is not. Funny story on Black Rain. I think of it. Black Rain 79, for those of you that haven't been around. Black Rain 79 was a 1 cent, 2 cents grinder when I was a 1 cent, 2 cents grinder. So it was back in the day in PokerStars. I would be playing like a lot of tables usually, and he would too. And so we would both be playing 18 or 24 tables of 1 cent, 2 cents, or whatever. So I know the name from that. Obviously, I don't know anything about his game anymore, and like he was kind of a nit, I was kind of a nit, so I could, yeah. But I think right now he's like, from what I've seen, I don't know him, but like I think that he's not winning at poker. He's not like any competitive field. I think he's just selling coaching from Southeast Asia or something like that. That seems like what he's doing. I don't know. Yeah, so Yeah, but like he's really good at like marketing. I think he changed. He went from being a poker player to like being a solid marketeer. That's also something, right? Like you're looking for coaching. If I'm looking for coaching right now, like let's say I Google poker coaching, I'm going to get without hating on anyone, I'm going to get to some sites, some of which might be good, but quite likely I'm going to get to some sites of guys that are really good at search engine optimization and that have done all that kind of work to make sure that they're more visible. Same thing with anything in life, by the way. If you're looking for a plumber, quite likely you're getting, especially where I'm living, you don't get like the number of a plumber, you get the number of a company that specializes in search engine optimization and that wants to resell plumbing services to you. I think that wants to act like a middleman. So that's the same like it is everywhere. Yeah, anyway. Play it smart is... let's see. Play it smart is a standard example. Played millions of hands of Russian cash, shows 150k heater, and mixes a sample with other sites with hands like 1816 before Christ, gaslighting dumb people. Ridiculous. I don't know him well enough. I know some guys that have been coached by him and that have been genuinely happy. So latest thing I want to do is like hate on that. Last thing I want to do is hate on that guy. I'm going to bet here on the river, by the way. If you crush for 8 big blinds, then you don't coach to sprint. That's not true. Like that's definitely not true. Like that. I was crushing for 8 big blinds. Like that doesn't make any sense, right? That would be true. Okay, I'm going to fold there. Wait, let me. I always feel like I want to. I'm feeling kind of hyped up because I'm like, that's not true. So, there's many reasons why you want to coach instead of, or why it would make sense for someone making 8 big blinds to coach. So, for instance, I was winning like 8-ish big blinds for quite some time when I was in Poker Detox, and I was playing up to 1k at the time, and I would get some coaching. Why? Well, the coaching I could get a mortgage on, not with my poker winnings. That would be a example. Also, like the games are not running 24/7, so like on GG, if you're playing 200 NL, sure, right? If you're playing 200 Russian cash, sure. But if you're playing 1k and up, then in the afternoon right now, the games that I was playing wouldn't be running. So I'm going to check here. I'm not sure what happened there. Okay, whatever. Weird hand. So there's that. Then there's like that is just private coaching, right? Then you've got someone like Phil Galfond, for instance, like a pretty good example. Is he was winning at the highest limits. He Dogpog, same thing, by the way. Winning at the highest limits. Did some coaching, then realized, hey, wait, I can scale coaching in a different way. Like there's skill when you're coaching. So plenty of reasons for someone that is actually winning heaps to be doing coaching. I think that's like not necessarily true in poker. Like, and I also like there's like if you're playing like 40 hours a week, but you could get like, let's say the same hourly for 10 of those hours, and you get some additional benefits like getting a mortgage, no variance, you get to talk to people, right? Like for instance, like the stuff that we got in the CFP, like there's so many networking benefits that I've got just from having that company. Like there would be so many things that if I just played poker, I wouldn't be at the same level that I am at today. Obviously, in some aspects I would be better, but like I don't know, I would not have understood a couple of things that I understand now because I've got the knowledge of the group, and I can lean on some skills that someone else has. So I don't think that is necessarily true. I think actually in coaching probably there's less money to be made than poker generally. So there's some argument to be made. Like if you're Cameron Couch or something like that, sure, right? You can play 24/7. That's a reasonable argument to be making. But there's plenty of players that are winning heaps and they're still coaching. Uri Pelek, for instance, like you can hire him for an hour if you want to. So yeah, I don't necessarily agree with that. I was winning like at 8 big blinds at the time, and I was at 1K, and I was coaching guys that are playing 50 and whatnot, because I liked the idea of like I was a teacher, so I liked coaching, I liked like teaching, I liked interaction. Playing 40 hours a week is very solitary, but definitely there's something you should always take it in the back of your mind. Like I think it's a reasonable way to approach maneuvering your way and like finding coaching. Is like, if he's really this good, why is he coaching? That's like a very good question to ask always. And even if there might be some plausible explanations, like skepticism is probably the right answer. But it doesn't mean that there's no like Phil Galvan, the biggest example, for instance, I think, of basically building a coaching business that like he could have probably made a similar amount had he focused on like playing poker and getting himself in the best games and whatnot. Or maybe he wouldn't, like that might also be, but like definitely a very solid poker player. There's some very, very good poker player. I got coached by Matt Marinelli. Like I got coached by Matt Marinelli for $50 an hour. Like we can like, and Matt is not coaching right now, I think, or like not an awful lot. Like I think he's doing a little bit of coaching for Mobius. I'm not even sure, but I think so. Yeah, I'm going to forward here for sure. But like he was winning 8 big blinds at 5-10 and 10-20 when I was able to hire him, because he wanted to do coaching at the time. I don't think he wants to do that now, but that definitely was what he wanted to do at the time. So yeah, like plenty of examples of players that are coaching that are not. But the reality also is, for someone like me right now, I'm not beating 10-20 on GG for 8 big blinds. If I was beating it, let's say I was the best player at 10-20 on GG, just for the sake of argument, would I still be coaching? I would have more options at least, right? Like, probably I would still be coaching, I think. Because, yeah, I was in a similar situation and back in the day, I guess, when the games were a bit more abundant. And the situation on GG was also vastly different at the time. Like I was playing on GG, I was like also winning like pretty decent. Like I was winning 0.7 big blinds pre-rake back, and then I got like a bunch of rake back. At the time, like also like the higher rake back, because we didn't have a licensing system, so you got pretty close to like 5-6 big blinds, I guess. Like the environment has changed quite a bit, I think. Like back then the games were a bit softer on GG. GG was a bit of a smaller side. 5-10 was the highest limit, and then like you had some higher stakes at 25-50 and up, but the rakeback was also like you had high hand jackpots and stuff like that, so it was a completely different environment. But like if we could go back to that time, I would be winning like 6-7 big blinds per 100 hands on GG, 1K, and I would still be coaching, most likely. Anyway. Yeah, but it's something to take into consideration for sure. Chaps is good, but he still sells the MDA dream and doesn't play MDA at all. But yeah, whatever. That's actually not true. Like I've studied his game more than the average regular, because I done a few videos on it for the CFP, and there's plenty of situations. He doesn't play basic NDA lines. He doesn't like step range here, lead range there, but he understands MDA concepts very, very well. I don't want to give away too much there, but like I was a heavy MDA player when I studied his database, and I was like, wait, he doesn't do this, he doesn't do that. And then later, after going through his database a lot, I was like, fuck, I understand. I understand what he's doing in a lot of these spots. And in some spots, he's just playing, like he's betting way too often or whatever. Like, so, yeah. And I've also seen his database because when he joined, he had a database review as well. So I've seen the before and after as well. So to say that he doesn't play MDA, yeah, I guess like he plays mostly GTO, but very exploitative. So like I guess like it's a semantics discussion as well. Like when is someone playing GTO? When are they playing MDA? But like he definitely used data for the best, and he wasn't winning as much as he did later on. But yeah, anyway. Let's see. There's so many chat, and I've been rambling for a little bit. Let me see. Does he lead here? What the fuck does happen there? Oh wait, there's a 4 straight. Okay, very cool. Okay, so you can coach still, but you just don't show only the 150k heater. Why not a crash graph from million hands? I look at my website. I'm not sure if you're referring to me, but like look at freenachos.poker if you are referring to me. Yeah. Yeah. What's your opinion of Uri Pelek? Very smart dude. Learned a lot from watching his videos. I don't watch poker content myself as much though, so I'll be honest. I am too indulged in poker already to do it in my spare time, and I don't want to randomly watch a video when I'm studying. If I'm studying, I'm studying stuff that I can make content, or I study something that forces me to think about the game independently. I rarely watch a course or stuff like that. I've done that in the past, but not so much anymore. If that's the deal, Brazilians would be crushing on meta game, and they are mostly losing and break even. Also, you turn into face up bot. I get like the very the very obvious, what's it called, like the MDA lines where you step range here, bet range. Like, that doesn't make too much sense. But like understanding, like, random example, right? I'm actually going to wrap up. Let me just go ahead and wrap up here. I want to start on a table. I'm just going to delete. Like a random example is, I face a step on the turn that has a specific sizing, let's say 3/4 of the pot. Earlier in the session there was a hand where I had 2 pair, and I faced a large bet on the turn. But let's say I have a random hand and I face a large bet on the turn. I'm like, I'm kind of indifferent here. I'm not entirely sure what I should be doing. But data shows me that if they bet this sizing, that they're barreling the river much more often. Like, should I not be using that data? Am I an MDA player if I use the data? Am I not an MDA player if I... Like, you see what I'm saying? So I think like the a lot of the MDA stuff that a lot of people are familiar with is like he checks. So the pool overfolds by 12 percent points. That means you should be stabbing range. If you're not stabbing range, you're not an MDA player. I think like that's kind of a moronic view. No offense to any of you guys that have that view, but like both views are moronic, right? Like he's overfolding, so we have to bet range or whatever, and then that makes you an MDA player. I think you want to use data. You want to use all the information that you've got, and it's definitely something that Gary's doing. Also, he's not really selling the MDA dream too much, I think, because I don't think he's like overly selling stuff. He stopped streaming, for instance. He maybe does a little bit of coaching here and there, but also not an awful lot. So, yeah, I agree wholeheartedly with Dainalura. What matters is knowing an MDA baseline, but understand the game into a deep level. Theory-wise, you can't be MDA monkey or pseudo GTO nerd like CG. You have to find balance in the middle. I think the goal is to... This is the way I view it, right? The goal is to understand the game theoretically to the point where you will be able to understand where it is likely that your opponent will be making mistakes. And then you can use data to confirm that. So okay, random example would be I'm on the button in a single raise pot versus the big blind. I check back the flop. The turn is flush closing and my opponent block bets. I'm like, I feel like this doesn't really doesn't really scream flush to me, right? When the turn is flush closing and he block bets. So I raise. This is something I can confirm by looking at data. Like, okay, this is going to be a fine raise. Does that mean I'm raising any two? No. But like, if I'm got an indifferent hand, I might raise a bit more, especially versus player types that I think are going to be susceptible to these kind of mistakes. The other side of it is also true. I'm in the same scenario, but instead of facing a small probe on the turn, I face a 3/4 probe or a pot-sized bet by a guy that's normally not super aggro or whatever. Then I might now overfold a bit, right? Because I feel like, okay, well, he's still going to have flushes in this scenario. I don't think he puts them into a smaller bet. I think he's putting them into a larger bet. So, I appreciate the kind words, Dainelu. I don't know. I'm going to stop trying to pronounce your name. So I think the goal in poker is to understand where your opponent is making mistakes, and you can't really do that just by looking at data. Like, you can get like a reasonable idea, but and you might be doing well at low stakes, but at higher stakes you're going to struggle. And I also think it's really hard to do without looking at data, or at least you're making yourself unnecessarily hard. So those are my thoughts. We are up a bit in this very first session. I'll keep on streaming over the next few weeks and months, I think, and then we'll take it from there. I'll end by saying, like, I think you guys are somewhat right in the sense that you need to be skeptical. Like, you just need to be skeptical in this day and age. Like I said, I know some guys that I won't even go into like the full extent of the stuff that some of the stuff that I know. Because I don't want to be in the middle of some sort of a feud somewhere, but there's definitely grifters out there that are selling coaching that are not really beating the games themselves. They're pretending to are winning even though they're not. So that's definitely a thing. And also for me right now, right? Like, if I if I would just be, if I wouldn't be able to sell some coaching out of streaming here, I would probably not stream, right? Like that is the reality. Like it is a simple way to do some marketing for the CFP. Some guys might view me, might align with like some of the things I'm saying theoretically, or might just like me, and might join the CFP or might get some private coaching or whatever. And that is making it more interesting for me to do this. In a way, yeah, like I probably wouldn't do this if it would be different. I'm fucking curious to see what this dog thing is, by the way. I'm going to open it off stream because I'm not sure what it is. I can't remember. Like, did I have a dog in the CFP? Anyway. So yeah, like in a sense, I'm sort of a grifter too, I guess. Like I wouldn't be doing this if it didn't sell me any coaching, because I think the upsides for me would be very limited. And I would like to sell coaching because playing during the day doesn't make me as much money. Like realistically, that's just the way it is right now. Yeah, that's kind of how being in the Netherlands and playing during the day. That's kind of how it is. Like, I don't really see myself playing competitively at 5.10 and 10.20 because like my win rate would be very, very low because of the low rake back and the way the game is designed. It feels like kind of and I can't play on multiple sides and that kind of stuff. If I was still in Andorra, I would have been like I was just playing 10.20 on Ignition. I would just be playing anywhere and like. Yeah, probably I wasn't streaming then. I wouldn't have started it if I wasn't in the Netherlands. So you gotta make the best of the hand that you're dealt. Anyway, thank you guys for tuning in. It was a fun stream. I had a lot of fun. If you're interested in coaching, feel free to check out my websites. Link is in the description.